It is within our darkest nights that we learn to shine our brightest lights. Aloha, shifters, dreamers, light guardians from across this beautiful holographic matrix. Welcome and thank you for joining in once again for another one of our Paradigm Shift Central Synergy Circle team podcasts. It is an honor to be able to have you here. My name is Mystic Spider-Man, aka Skull Babylon Wolf Shield, welcoming you to what will be another paradigm shifting discussion, a discussion to be able to help spark your spirit, to be able to help inspire your mind, to be able to help collectively expand consciousness as we practice having discussion about the metaphysical, spiritual, and conscious themes that we might not always get a chance to talk about otherwise. For this podcast, I am once again joined by some fellow amazing members in the community who I'm going to bring up on screen here. And as I do, fellow amazing members, please feel free to gently unmute yourself and make some noise and send some love to all the amazing people tuned in. Go ahead and make some noise. Full moon howls. Yeah. Awesome. Beautiful. I love it. Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here again as we get ready to be able to kick things off for not only another amazing broadcast, but this is another full moon edition of our team podcast where it's going to be a little bit of a mix between a panel discussion followed by a global meditation as well. And for those of you who are tuned in on YouTube, go ahead and drop an 1111 in the chat. We're going to get right into the discussion in a moment. We're going to start off with a little bit of a meditation, and then we're going to go over we're going to do a little bit of an introduction, then we're going to get into a meditation, and then we'll get right into the discussion. So again, tonight's topic, spiritual wisdom of shadow. And this topic in itself is meant to be kind of like openly broad for interpretation. What do you think of when you think of the concept of spiritual wisdom of shadow? So again, just a few things to be able to welcome those who may be new here for the first time. If it is your first time here, go ahead and drop a 333 in the comments. If you notice that the audio and the video are a little bit out of sync, we get that fixed as we go. And again, just as a quick introduction, Paradigm Shift Central, this is a project that we've been doing for quite some time. It started over 10 years ago as a little club in my college. Since then, it's continued to evolve, and here we are within this sacred circle, creating a global team of shifters, people who are actively helping assist with the shifting consciousness. We also use the term light guardians, and within this community, you guys are welcome to be able to connect further. You can find the Discord link down below, and of course, huge thank you to our Patreon supporters. You help make these broadcasts possible. You guys can check out the Patreon afterwards when you sign up for the Patreon at the $11 contribution. That's where you can join as a leading member, and that's where you can also join on air to be a part of these ongoing team podcasts that we do every Thursday live at 8 p.m. EST, plus additional benefits to support you as a conscious creator within our super awesome team of conscious media creators. All of the members here are leading members on our team, and again, it's an honor to be able to have everybody here as we practice diving into this discussion. Other quick things, again, you can find all the links for the creators on this podcast, for the leading members on this podcast. Check back like half a day after we do this broadcast, and I'll add all the links into the show notes so you can find them there. If you haven't already yet, go and follow Paradigm Shift Radio on Spotify, where you can check out all the past episodes, and each episode that we do kind of like segues into the next. So the one we had before this was spiritual wisdom of Hollow Earth, and we had all the one about spiritual wisdom of fairy lore, and halfway through this episode I'm going to tell you guys what the next episode is going to be, what the next podcast topic is going to be, and it's going to be a good one. I know some of you are going to like, oh man, you're going to be excited about it, so stay tuned for that once we announce what that is partway through. So again, if you haven't connected with me on multiple platforms, you can find me at Mystic Spider-Man on TikTok and Instagram. Make sure you're subscribed here for more of the content that we got coming your way. And yeah, with that said, welcome to those of you who are new, and let's start off with a little bit of a meditation, and then from there we're going to get right into our discussion, and we'll keep this broadcast about under 3 hours. The first part's going to be the panel discussion, and then after that we're going to get into a very special meditation. So welcome again, everyone. And with that said, if you guys are ready, are you guys ready to meditate? Are you guys ready to talk about the shadow? Yeah, go ahead and drop a 777 if you guys are excited to be here. Thank you so much, and let's get ready to drop into a little bit of a meditation. For those of you on TikTok or Instagram on my profile, go ahead and click the link in my bio to be able to join in on YouTube. And with that said, let's just do a little bit of a meditation here to be able to synchronize and drop into that heart space. So welcome again, everyone. Beautiful. So go ahead, just get yourself nice and comfortable. Grab a drink of water if you need it. Beautiful. All right, so this is just a regular swift meditation that we do right at the beginning. And we're just going to kind of be like dropping into gratitude and just visualizing all of us. So for everybody here, when you're ready, gently close your eyes. As you listen to my voice, begin connecting with your breath. Soft, gentle inhales, soft, gentle exhales. Straighten up your spine, open up your chest, relax your shoulders, relax your face. And as you breathe here, just bring yourself into this space of gratitude. Gratitude for this amazing community. Gratitude for yourself for showing up. Gratitude for the wisdom that we are here to share. And with this gratitude in your heart, gently, we're going to visualize all of us sitting in a circle. And lo and behold, this circle keeps on growing and growing and growing every time that we gather. And so as you sit in this circle, take a moment to be able to look around and just see the faces of all the people, the leading members who are joining us on air, as well as those who are tuned in the future, live right now, new faces. And just look around at these faces, and within your heart, in this heart space, just feel gratitude. Just express gratitude, thanking each and every single one of us, fractals of divine source, whatever you want to call us, sacred mirrors here to be able to see more of ourselves. So with gratitude in your heart, just visualizing this scene, we're going to carry this visual as an image with us throughout the rest of the conversation here tonight. So just taking a few more moments here, just inviting you to be able to drop into your own silence. And as you do this, just taking an opportunity to be able to speak words of kindness and gratitude and encouragement to the fellow people who are joining us here, the fellow shifters, the light guardians, whatever name you want to use. So continuing to breathe here, connecting with your heart, seeing these faces, seeing these stories, seeing this courage, seeing this magic. Take another moment here, speak from your heart. And just allow yourself to connect in this space of gratitude. Just do this just for another few moments within your own silence as you connect with your breath and you connect with the heart of the team. Go ahead. Continuing to breathe here as we get ready to conclude this simple meditation to start things off. For everybody here, I want you to be able to say one specific phrase of kindness to the people who are tuned in right now. A phrase, a message of encouragement. What is that one thing that you want to be able to tell every single person here? Take another moment, breathe gently, speak it with your heart. Do that now. Awesome. Take another look at this circle. We're just going to gently conclude this meditation. Again, allowing this image to be something that you carry with you within your heart as we move forward throughout the rest of the discussion. Take another look around the circle. Bring a gentle smile to your face. And gently from here, as you connect with your breath, carrying this vibration with you throughout the entire duration of this conversation, slowly we will bring our awareness back to our physical bodies as we gently wiggle our toes, wiggle our fingers, and when you are ready, slowly open your eyes and return your awareness to the space around you. Awesome. Beautiful. Thank you again, everyone. So again, just for those of you in the YouTube chat, please feel free. What was your message that you had for the people who are here with us during this conversation, or just the collective in general? What message? Go ahead and leave that in the YouTube comment. And again, please feel free to just use the YouTube comment as a beautiful space for us to be able to connect and share in this collective intention to be able to have these important discussions and conversations. So give me 1 second here. Beautiful. All right. So with that said, let's get right into our topic for today's discussion, the spiritual wisdom of shadow. So the spiritual wisdom of shadow, like I said, this is a topic that I chose the title for this as something that's meant to be interpreted in a variety of ways. When I say spiritual wisdom of shadow, what do you think? How do you see it? How does this phrase serve as a mirror for you to be able to see more of yourself? And so of course, we're doing this on the full moon. This is a great way for us to be able to join in together with these collective energies. And now that we're here, let us use the power of the full moon to connect further with the wisdom of the shadow. What is the shadow? What does it teach us? What does it represent? How does it show us more of ourselves? So what we're going to get into, all the people who are here, we're going to go around the circle. We'll try to keep it as concise as possible. I'm just going to share a couple thoughts at the beginning, and then we're going to get passing it around. We're going to pass it to Aura, Vibe, and Fiona. And then from there, we're going to pass it over to David. And then from there, we're going to continue on with the next people after that. So when I think of the spiritual wisdom of the shadow, and again, for everybody here, this is just practice. This is me just practicing talking from my heart. When I think of the spiritual wisdom of the shadow, what do I think of? When I think of the spiritual wisdom of the shadow, there's many ways to be able to interpret this. I think of shadow as being an essential part of our growth, something that we cannot live without, something that is essential for our story, something that shows us not just who we are, but who we want to become. It is within the shadow that perhaps there is more silence, but it is within the silence that perhaps we can hear more. And so the shadow is something that I think, again, even within the themes of Halloween, it's kind of like, ooh, it's spooky stuff and everything like that. But what happens when we move into this discussion with the intention to be able to shift our paradigm? I think in a lot of ways, when you think about it, we as a culture and we as a society have been conditioned to fear the shadow, to think of the shadow as this quote unquote negative thing, where we're balancing it as a negative and a positive thing. You think of stories that we've seen, you think of the Star Wars and the light side and the dark side. And yet, even within the wisdom that we see through the various mythologies, you understand that there is a truth within both. And ultimately, the truth lies within the gray. And so within this idea of the shadow, obviously, we can think of the yin and the yang, and the idea that one is neither separate from the other. And I like to think of the idea that, you can think of a yin and the yang not simply as light and dark, but rather light and shadow. And then the circle around the yin yang can be thought of as love, understanding that love in itself encompasses the rhythms of both light and shadow. And so shadow in itself, just to hit upon this real quick, and then we're going to pass it over to Fiona. Shadow in itself is, again, something that I correlate with the rhythm, with the breath, with the inhale, with the exhale. And it is within the shadows that we actually begin to see more of our strength. When we think of shadows, we think of things like nightmares, but in themselves, are nightmares necessarily a bad thing? Obviously, they're scary. Obviously, they're testing. But through the reflection of the shadow, through the reflection of the things that we often don't want to look at, it gives us a chance to be able to see more of who we are. The shadow reflects nothing that is already, it reflects only that which is already inside of us. And so I think of this in the perspective of even going back to last week's podcast about the spiritual wisdom of Hollow Earth, even just approaching it from a more metaphysical perspective or a higher dimensional perspective. There's this idea that before entering further, and I'll just hit upon this real quick, before entering further into these quote unquote higher dimensional realms, there are these guardians. They're referred to as like guardians of the threshold, guardians of dimensions. And the guardians will be there not as something to purely just like stop us, but as something to test us, something to be able to be a mirror for us to be able to see the shadows that are already inside of us, and then to be able to illuminate them and to dissolve them and to transmute them and to alchemize them. And so from this perspective, again, I think it's powerful to understand that it is within the darkness that we are called into our light. When the shadow looms, the light rises. When we see things we don't want, we get get more clarity on what it is that we do want. Again, you think of the things like the story of the dark crystal and the age of resistance. It's only when the Skeksis try to steal our essence and try to, dominate us with shadow that it creates this story and this narrative that brings together the tribes and brings together the people and unites us in a common vision of being able to unify with the embodiment of light. So I think the truth behind the spiritual wisdom of shadow is understanding that it is not something that we should simply just try to ignore, but rather we have to understand, and I'll just say this and then we'll pass it to Fiona, that the shadow, very simply put, if I were to simplify this, the shadow is simply that of the unconscious. And our job is to awaken consciousness. And how do we awaken consciousness? By making the unconscious conscious. Because it is within the shadow that things will often stay hidden. It is within the shadow that there are things that may linger and loom and we don't see them and they might kind of build. And so when we look to the shadow, we can begin to see the things within ourselves that ultimately are places where we can send more love. And each and every single one of us carries aspects of shadow, but those aspects of shadow are still aspects of the divine. And when we see and connect with those parts of the shadow, it is ultimately inviting us to be able to practice sending more love to those parts of who we are. So the shadow, what it does, by the bigger story, it awakens us. The shadow is a catalyst. The shadow is the womb that we are born and birthed from. The shadow is the seed that is the soil that covers the seed that we ultimately grow through. The shadow is the unconscious that we are making consciousness. So our objective is to be able to help illuminate the shadow and to be able to see that the shadow is not something that is purely just to be ignored, but is something to be able to look within, learn from, illuminate by. And when we carry this perspective, it changes the way we see the challenges and the hard times and the dark times. And rather than just seeing them as, oh no, the universe is kicking me, rather, oh, this is actually like giving me the opportunity for me to be able to see more of my own strength. Your challenges, your shadows will give you the gifts of your strength in so many different ways. So anyways, that's just me practicing talking about things and setting a little bit of a foundation. We'll get into more of, again, just the various interpretations of shadow. And to start it off, we're going to pass it over to Aura Vibin, aka Fiona. And from there, we'll continue to pass over to David. And then from there, we'll keep passing it around. Thank you everyone so much for being here. It's an honor to be able to hold space together as a community. And with that said, Fiona, passing it over to you. Please feel free to briefly introduce yourself and tell us a bit about what the spiritual wisdom of shadow means to you. Go right ahead and welcome.
Hey guys, thank you so much for all being here. I think this is one of the largest chats I've ever been a part of, so that's so cool to see all of your faces. I have a lot to say about the shadow. I think that it's so important. I think it's like one of the biggest reasons why I've awakened. Oftentimes I think we awaken when, I don't know, personally it was trauma. Trauma after trauma after trauma that just like made me understand myself and my position in the world and other people's perspectives. So it was always through pain that like leveled me up a notch of understanding my fears, my process here. So yeah, I wrote down notes and a couple of things I want to say is, yeah, the shadow is everything that we are not conscious of. So this can be our habits, this can be our fears, our desires, our subconscious thoughts, and our feelings. And it's funny because as I was writing our feelings, I was writing pride, greed, envy. And I was like, oh my God, I'm just going to write out all of the 7 deadly sins because it's true. Those are all the dark feelings like greed, lust, and not lust is okay, but like excessive lust, like any feeling that takes away from your natural state and becomes an addiction. So like even it can even be social media and that shot of like dopamine that comes into our brain, right? Like that's part of our shadow. And if we're not aware of these feelings that turn into addictions, they can take control of our life. So there's our light side and our dark side. And in both sides, I really truly believe that we are here to experience some type of suffering, right? But on the light side, I feel like this is suffering that we choose. This is in sacrifice. This is in discipline. This is like suffering that we're conscious of and we are choosing to make our life better. But then this dark side, this shadow, if we choose to ignore it, it can become a deadly monster, and it can grow and fester inside of us and grow and pulsate and become nasty if we don't get it under control. And this is like the addictions and things that we find it hard to feel. It's the pain that has caused us, you know, to be who we are today. And so if we don't accept that pain, and I'm talking like deep, deep, dark pain, like the bad stuff, like murder, rape, like dark, dark, dark things. And this is my issue, is like, I've seen people go through lifetimes without addressing this pain. And of course, it all comes down to personal beliefs of what happens after life. But it's my personal belief that if we do not address this pain in this lifetime, we're going to have to come back in the next life to live that pain over. So we might as well just address the pain now, you know? Okay, I have so much to say, but I'm going to move along a little bit. The point of this is to take your power back. It's to be in control of the good pain, the discipline, the sacrifice for the things that we want, for the best versions of ourselves. And another thing, the best part about connecting to your shadow is being there for someone else's shadow. If someone comes to you and is like, oh my God, I just dealt with this, you have that ability to hold space for that person because you met yourself on that deeper level. Right? If we meet ourselves surface level, then our connections in our life will only also be surface level. It's so beautiful to have like a deep relationship with someone who's also okay with sharing their trauma and their pain with you, because you know they know that you can handle it. And then a couple more things. Yeah, ways to heal. So these are just things that I do personally. Like if there's something triggering me throughout my day, I'll just be like, oh, why is that triggering you? And it'll completely take the emotion away of like, if I was angry, let's say driving or something, or if I was in fear, I'll instantly be like, why am I feeling this way? And I'm looking at my shadows. So then the feeling kind of goes away and I become in analytic mode. So looking at your triggers throughout your day, this is like through people, conversations, situations, ideas that pop in your mind, anything. Look at them and sit with that feeling so that you can understand it and then accept it and move on. Journaling at night. So quick 3 things that you're proud of yourself that you did today, 3 things that you learned about yourself that you could have done better. And then meditation. Anything that you can express yourself. Guys, if we don't express ourselves, there's a disease that forms in our body if we don't express. So we have to express. So that can be through singing, dancing, that can be through talking, therapy, anything that gets you to express will heal yourself and will heal your shadow or make you feel more whole. Okay, passing it on. Thank you for holding that space.
Awesome. Thank you, Fiona, for getting things started here. And again, that's like, I love the beauty of what it is when we come here together as a community, because each of us has so much wisdom and perspective to be able to share, and it's just a really, really powerful way for all of us to be able to learn together. So Fiona, thank you for sharing, and absolutely, again, just echoing that the shadow teaches us how to heal. Like if there wasn't something that needed healing, then how would we learn to become healers? And the fact is, like, we are here to be healers of ourselves and healers of the collective. So when we work on healing the shadow within us, we literally heal the shadow of the collective, because that's what's needed right now. Fiona, is that good? Is there anything else? You're good on that? You're good? Okay, cool. Awesome. Again, we're going to keep passing it around here. We're just going to keep moving through as swiftly as possible. Just as a little bit of a note as we continue to move in here, I just want to give people the opportunity to understand that with the idea that this is all just practice, as a bit of a viewer discretion advisement, be aware that there could be things within this discussion tonight that could potentially be triggering for you. So just be aware of that. If this is something where you feel you want to come back and listen to it at another day, please feel free. The intention here is to be able to come together as a community, to be able to provide guidance, insight, wisdom, and ultimately inspiration, because each and every single one of us has learned from shadow. And so especially for those of you who may be tuned into this, if you're quite new to your spiritual journey, journey. Again, let us be mentors in some way to be able to provide you a little bit of a guidance to say, hey, if we can do this, you can do this. And again, your part of the story is equally important. And through you learning and growing through your shadows, you will continue to inspire else somewhere down the road. So for anybody here, just as a side note before I pass it to David, go ahead and let us know if you're new to like the spiritual awakening. Drop a 888 in the chat and let us know when your spiritual awakening was. And for those of you who are regulars, please feel free to again just kind of acknowledge and welcome those who may be new, and thank you for choosing to be here. And it's an honor just to be able to have all of the community coming together in this council. So with that said, we're going to pass it over to David. David, just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to be able to go next. Actually, David, pass it right over to you. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Intro and etc. Go right ahead, David. Anything else, or was there?
Oh no, I just wanted to say I think we're gonna go. I think Samantha asked to go next, just because she.
Samantha wants to go next. Okay, perfect. Thank you for letting me know that. Okay, Samantha, we're gonna pass it over to you then. Samantha, go ahead, briefly introduce yourself and spiritual wisdom of shadow. Let us know what you think on this. Samantha, when you're ready, go right ahead.
Hey, thank you for having me here again in this beautiful space with so many more humans than I've seen in here, or we can call ourselves humans if we want. Some of us maybe. But I'm really grateful to be here. I'm really grateful to be here on this auspicious date of this incredible full moon where we are really working on collectively purging. These last 3 months of this year is like this huge push to like really collectively purge all of the shadow and all of the collective ego that's no longer serving us. And I say that because I don't personally believe in full-on ego deaths. I've had experiences that felt very close to an ego death, but I felt more as if it's a dissolving of layers of my ego that would no longer serve me. And that if I were to kill my entire ego, if I were to kill all of my shadow, if I were not to pay reverence to either side of those of me, I wouldn't be an individuated being. I would be a zombie, or I don't know what I'd be, you know? I wouldn't have any pizzazz. I wouldn't have my energy. I wouldn't have anything unique to bring to the table. So I think we need to, while we also recognize the heaviness and the darkness and that which will then catalyze us into our healings and our deeper states of consciousness, we also have to recognize that these shadows and even bits of our egos are our superpowers as well. And a lot of it is where we feel our deepest sensitivities and where our empathy is switched on the most, and where we can understand the human experience and the flavors and dynamics of the entire spectrum. Because we are here to, and Fiona, I loved what you were saying, and I'm not saying that you're wrong. I don't think that we aren't meant to feel suffering, but I think that we're meant to know what suffering is so that we know exactly what true joy is. And we're meant to know what darkness is, because without darkness, we wouldn't actually know what light was. We would have no juxtaposition to be able to say, what is dark? What is light? This is just is. And maybe we are moving into a space of just is, right? And where we get to fully just accept and we do collectively heal. And that's what this real 5D and beyond really looks like. Because the question that people keep asking is, what does 5D look like? And it's like, right now it's a state of consciousness for you to personally work on. And that means going through this deep shadow work, really getting to know thyself on a true deep, deep level. And that means recognizing your shadows as what you need to work on and heal, but also your superpower. And it is something that maybe just it's stopping you. It's where the light gets blocked, right? So we get to understand that our shadow is almost like it's playing the same role as our ego, right? Where it's like, let's stay in the comfort zones where it's safe. Screw that. Like let's look at all of the really uncomfortable bits. And yeah, some of this conversation might get triggering. And yeah, looking at yourself might be the most triggering thing that you'll ever do. Trust me, it is. But it is the best thing that you'll ever experience, because then that's how you actually get to actualize into your highest, most greatest, most potent potential, not just for thyself, not just for thy ego, but for the greater good of the collective as a whole. And that's what we're doing this for. We're healing ourselves so we can heal humanity. it's the ripple effect. It's the domino effect. We're not here to do this just for ourselves. We're not here just to suffer and live a woe is me life. We're supposed to wake up one morning and say, no, I'm tired of my own BS. I'm going to do this thing. I'm going to enjoy life, enjoy it, and forget all the dis-ease, because I don't want to be anything but ease. And if it's not easy, then I'm not in flow, man. And the thing is that doesn't mean that like you'll get everything you want just by manifesting and you're in flow and you listen to a meditation. No, it's hard work, but it's like labor of love when you're really doing it and you're feeding your soul. And this shadow work, it's not, you don't get to just hire a healer and they pull your shadows out and then poof, you're gone. There you go. Now go live your life. You're gonna go become just a superstar, do everything you ever wanted. No, you got to do the work, man. And they're going to be an investment too. Real coaches will be real investments, but don't necessarily think you have to do this work by paying somebody. You can do this work completely by yourself, but it is still a mother effing investment. So get prepared, get ready, strap in. There's a lot of wisdom in this space. I have to leave shortly. I want to sit around and hear a little bit more of this juiciness, but I do want to pass the mic and just let everybody know, let it out. You're not alone. And every time you ever heard that voice in your head that nobody understood you, hi, I've heard that same voice. I understand you, and I can guarantee you, you're not alone. And your dirtiest, ugliest, wildest shadow won't freak me out, and it won't freak out most of the people that you'll come into contact with, because we are all but, I believe, those fractals of that greater consciousness. So we are all here experiencing our own experiences, yes, but very similar. So you're not alone. It's okay. This work is hard. It's so fucking worth it, though. Excuse my language. Sorry. Okay, bye.
Thank you so much, Samantha, for joining in. And again, make sure you guys connect with Samantha. Samantha, be sure to post your links in the YouTube chat as we keep doing this here. And with that said, we're gonna pass it right over to David. And again, you know, by the time you're done listening to this broadcast, I hope it shifts your paradigm, where the next time you feel something that you may identify as shadow or challenging or something you're not too excited to be able to look at, what happens when you kind of take that higher perspective and you ask those deeper questions of, how is this teaching me? You know, your triggers can become your teacher. This is something that you don't just learn at school. It's something that you kind of have to learn through experience. But with those of us who have been through this path, like, it is a part of it. You cannot escape it. And it's one of those things that if you try escaping it, it's only just going to show up in more ways than once. So you either deal with it now or you deal with it later, but you deal with it in a way that works for you, while also finding, again, the support and finding the community. And that's where, again, us coming together here in this space, holding space for each other's shadow, honoring our shadow, dancing with the shadow. Hey, like, that's a very, very powerful way to be able to approach things. David, I'm sure you got a couple things to be able to say on this shadow, so maybe you can alchemize some ideas for us, and we'll pass it over to you, David. When you're ready, go right ahead, dude. Welcome.
Thanks, Brendon. Really appreciate it, man.
Can you move your microphone closer?
Oh no, my far away. Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
If it's just a slight adjustment, yeah.
Better? All right, tight. So shadow. Yeah, it's really interesting. A lot of things came up when you're just talking now. The first thing that came up is the idea of just cleaning your room. it's got to get done. You know what I mean? Man, I joked on a live a minute ago because I was like, I kind of want to rebrand the idea of shadow work, because it has this sort of like heavy connotation for a lot of people. And I'm like, for me, the best sort of shadow work that ever came out of any of it, or integrations that ever came out of any of it, was when I began to see all of it as an extension of the same thing. The shadow work, the stuff that I'm working with there, is really just an extension of like my noticing, me noticing and observing, being the observer, and the, you know, what you're doing with, you know, your meditations, being still and being able to observe what comes up, what's in front of you, your thoughts, emotions, and your triggers. And I think really that's one of the coming into a state of stillness and being is really one of the most helpful ways to begin that kind of curiosity of shadow. Because when you're, you know, reacting or when you're misidentifying as your thoughts, as your emotions in any area of your life, be it like you're not shadow, kind of conscious, whatever it is, when you're identifying at it, when you're misidentifying as those things, it can, that's always going to essentially kind of create other shadows, right? I literally just talked about it on a live, but it's creating a hydra of conceptualization, right? Every time you cut off the head of some problem that you're trying to outthink in your shadow. I think a lot of shadow work can turn into this idea of I'm trying to outthink this problem. I've got this trigger and I want to, write down all of the things that happened and I want to understand. And so much that's really been powerful for me is once I let go of trying to figure it out, when I let go of trying to know the answers of, that what is my shadow trying to teach me? Letting that go has been the most life-changing thing ever, because almost always the thing that comes up is something more interesting and more, powerful than something that I could have thought of. I might have thought, well, this thing happened and it triggered this, and then because of this, and then because of this. And a lot of that always kind of puts me in a bit of a labyrinth, but really truly being still, being here, being present, and just beginning to notice what comes up. Oh, that's something that happened, right? It kind of begins to melt all things, the light and the shadow, into neutral data that we can begin to interact with in a really powerful way. And because now, you're not like Aura was talking about, you're not averting from pain and you're not attaching to pleasure. You're not pushing it away. It's all just one thing. And sitting in that has really been sort of life-changing for me, where I begin to notice, it's all about, now I can become curious, right? Because I'm not being triggered by these shadow aspects. Now I'm curious about them. Now I'm finding that, talking too much in school was something that was kind of out of whack and I wasn't conscious of. Now I can look at it non-judgmentally. Oh, well, I like to talk. This is something I enjoy doing. Maybe it would serve me to explore this. Maybe this is a superpower. Maybe this is something that will carry me through the rest of my life. I want to stop there because if not, I will talk all day. But I think, yeah, man, shadow it gets me hype. That's it.
Awesome. David, I love that. And I think just hitting upon that, and then we're going to pass it over to Amanda in a second. I love what you were saying there, the idea of curiosity. I think curiosity is such an essential aspect and tool within our collective awakening, within our personal awakening. Next time you get triggered, what happens if you can actually kind of create this conditioning where you feel the trigger come up, and instead of just going boom right into reaction, you become curious. Where was that trigger coming from? Where was it deeply rooted? Did it remind me of something else? Did it bring up a part of myself that maybe I need to be able to send more love to? Did it create a reflection of my own ego looking for attention? Whatever it may be. But again, I think curiosity is incredibly important, because again, between every action and every reaction, there is a choice. And so that's where, again, the aspects of mindfulness, meditation, all the things that we talk about beyond this podcast in itself are so important. And we want each and every single one of you here to become so a sharp blade, where when that stuff appears within your life, you can kind of cut through the illusion of it and get right to the core. And this will help you kind of move through lessons with a little bit with even more grace and more curiosity. But hey, again, it's going to be different for every single one of you, and don't think that you need to compare your journey to the other, because there's nothing wrong with getting a little bit messy, because that's what it's going to be for you. But each and every single story has its own hero's arc. So with that said, we're going to pass it over to Amanda. So Amanda, just let me get things all set up here, and then after Amanda, who again, I just want to be able to get a scope on, based on who earlier mentioned that they wanted to be one of the earlier talkers. Okay, I'll pass over to Aizo next, because that was just the first hand that I saw, and then we'll keep passing it from there. So Amanda, thank you so much for joining again. Please feel free to briefly introduce yourself and tell us a bit about the spiritual wisdom of shadow from your perspective. Welcome, Amanda.
Hi guys, I'm Amanda. So basically I'm a healer. Pisces let me know that one of the titles was transmuter, which I really liked. Sam made me laugh a little bit because what I do is naturally absorb the excess pain that people are having issues dealing through and fill them back up with light. And that's just something that I've done my entire life. It's not the best thing for me. It can get really, really dangerous for me absorbing all of that negativity because it just becomes a part of me. And then I have so much extra shadow that I have to deal with on my own. But yeah, that's just, people just find me and are in need of healing and just randomly start talking to me on the street, in McDonald's, in the bathroom. And I just instantly make them feel better. I feel not so great afterwards, but that's one of the things that I've had to work on is setting boundaries with that and making it so that I have my own happiness that I can tap into so that other people's shadows don't affect me so much. But yeah, I basically do pull people's shadows out and instantly make them feel better. And yeah, that's my experience with it. So that was basically all I wanted to bring into it. I just thought it was funny when Sam mentioned that. But I can pass it along to the next person so that this goes a little bit faster for everyone.
Wonderful. Thank you, Amanda. And again, I think just hitting upon that is such a powerful message because again, I think kind of going back to this idea I mentioned earlier, each and every single one of us is a healer in our own way. And so a big part of our journey isn't just going to be working on our own shadow, but it's also going to be understanding that we have the power to help people through their shadows, through their shadow periods. And sometimes the simplest thing you can do is just be there for someone. You don't have to tell them what to do. You don't have to tell them how they should go about healing themselves, but you simply hold space. And that is one of the most powerful ways that we can show up as healers, is to be able to witness, to be able to observe, to be able to be an ear for someone to listen. So for each and every single one of you, again, I just want to remind you that you have the power to be able to help heal people, to be able to help heal their shadows. And so again, for those of you who go through, we'll talk more about this later, but for those of you, I'll just say this real quick. For those of us, all of us, every single one of us, for those of us who have gone through those challenging times, those dark times, those shadow times within an aspect of your soul's story, this is up, like, if you resonate with this, that's fine, but this is the way how I perceive it that I think is incredibly powerful, where there's this idea that before we incarnate on Earth, we actually kind of choose our story, we choose who we connect with, we choose our family, we choose our name. I'm sure a lot of you have heard this idea before. One of the other ideas, and I've kind of talked about this in another podcast, is that we actually choose the shadows that we are here to alchemize, that we are here to help heal. So rather than just thinking that you showed up in this lifetime and you got a dice roll and stuff just happened and here you are just dealing with shadow, what if you were to look at it from the perspective that before you incarnated into this lifetime, it's almost as if you were given like a checklist, and it's like, okay, like here's your birth, here's your name, here's your family, and here's a list of shadows that need healing and alchemizing. Click off about 5 of those, check mark off about 5 of those, and then you're just like, okay, I'm going to do this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and then you hand it back to whoever this person is. You know, it's some sort of higher dimensional process, but anyways, and they see this and they're just like, whoa, okay, like those are some pretty heavy shadows, like thank you for clicking those off, because not everyone is going to click those off. But my point is, what if you were to understand that from a soul level, each and every single one of you are going through these periods of processing and alchemizing and healing shadow, because you as a soul, this is a big idea, listen closely, this is very powerful. You are going through those shadow processes because you as a soul are brave enough to go through them. Because in some way, again, whether you resonate with this or not, you have chosen to go through them. And I know, again, for some people, they can just say, like, why would I choose this? And sometimes the why doesn't really reveal itself until years down the road, when suddenly your journey of healing actually becomes a beacon for someone else. So for each and every single one of you here, on behalf of the universe, I just want to honor you for being a brave soul. Like, seriously, that is such a powerful way to be able to perceive things. Oh, these aren't just random shadows. This is something that my soul, as like this like brave warrior guardian aspect of myself, said, you know what, I am going to help heal those collective shadows. And that's what it takes. It takes each and every single one of us doing our part. And so thank you for being brave and for allowing your journey to be something that is both healing for yourself and the collective as well. Your story is much bigger than your own. So if that resonates, drop an 1111 in the chat. And with that said, we're going to pass it over to Aizo. Aizo, thank you for allowing me to just add that in. Please feel free to briefly introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about the spiritual wisdom of shadow from your perspective. Welcome, Aizo.
Hi, thank you, Brendon. So my name's Aizo. I'm a holistic health coach, and I operate newenergywellness.com, where I teach people how to heal holistically. You can find me on TikTok, on Instagram and stuff. So, okay, with that said, I really want to just connect to what Amanda was saying really quick about just pulling the shadows out of people. That totally happens to me too, Amanda. And I honestly, like, I've attracted a lot of partners that also allow me to pull them out, and just even like strangers as well, like in McDonald's or something, right? And for me, it's been my journey to really learn one of my shadows, the things in my shadow work that I had to really, really work on is boundaries. And there's been times where I have to check in with myself and think, where am I right now? Where's my cup? Am I full? Am I overflowing with love? Can I support someone else's shadow at the moment? And if that's a yes, then 100% I'm there. But if I'm already empty and someone is just pouring straight shadow into me, I gotta be brave enough and, confrontational enough to protect myself and say, hey, like, I'm sorry, but I just can't really be there right now. Can we talk about this later? I'll be happy, to be there for you later. And I've had to do that. And it's hard because, you love people. I care about people. I want to love them. And it's, that's why the boundaries, they come up. But anyway, I wanted to talk a little bit about my experience too, kind of how I was raised. I was born in Mexico, and in the Mexican culture, death is really, it's celebrated. It's talked about in a beautiful way. And I was raised Catholic, and so in that kind of mentality, everything that's good is of God, and everything that's bad is of the devil or shadow. And so personally, I had a lot of issues breaking that mentality because, it's a very internal, like passionate thing for me. And basically when I expressed myself creatively was when I was really able to tap into that divine creativity and to that source. And from that source, from the creative abilities within my, artistic self, I found that I could express myself and express love and joy, where I was more than happy to show that to anybody who was around, my family, my friends. But I found that when I was alone and I would express myself, that's when like my shadow would come out, when I was all by myself. So that's when I would draw things that, like for example, I would sit down, and I'll make this quick, but I would sit down and begin to draw something without having like any sort of idea. Like, I'm just gonna see what happens. And then I would draw something ugly and scary, like kind of like monstrous. And I would think, whoa, like that's scary. Like, why is that inside me? Like, I'm a good person. And so it would scare me. Like, my own work would scare me. And yeah, it took me a long time, like the dark night of the soul and everything, to understand that that's just part of it. That's just part of who I am. And the more that I reject that, the more that it's going to kind of come out, like uncontrolled. And that's when it creates a problem. And that's when, because my shadow and my beauty, my beautiful love, my light, both of those things are within me. And I can easily channel love and, friendship to someone. But if I don't understand what my shadows are and how to integrate them into my whole being, if they get triggered, they're going to come out, and they're not going to be like, oh, that's just their shadow. They're going to be like, whoa, like that person is like crazy and mean and scary, and I don't like her. So it took me a long time to really understand that I had to really make time, make space for just stillness and like jealousy. Like, what? Why am I jealous? I love myself. I love another person. Just things that, ugly traits that they're part of us, and I just gotta remember that as long as I can breathe and bring myself back to the present, everything's going to be okay. So I guess I'll just wrap it up there. Thank you so much for the floor.
Thank you, Aizo, so much for sharing it, and again, just showing us that there's so much to be able to continue to take this conversation direction-wise, and absolutely, and I'm sure we'll get more into that. The idea of that again, like talking about shadow is, again, when we're dealing with other people's shadows, our own shadows, it's about being able to set healthy boundaries, and that's a big thing in itself. And like you said, just being able to connect deeper with our own heart so that we can look at these parts of ourselves instead of just running away from them, and find ways to be able to healthy process them in healthy ways, and not have them kind of explode into ways where it suddenly becomes something that is affecting the lives of those around us. So Aizo, thank you so much for sharing and for being here, and welcome again as a new leading member. Awesome. Beautiful. All right, so again, everyone, and for those of you on air, especially those of you who recently talked, please feel free to continue to put your social media links in the YouTube chat. That way, so people can connect with you, or literally just comment in the YouTube, be like, hey, it's me, and let people know where they can connect with you. Again, you can find all the YouTube links. You can find all the links for all the creators here, the leading members, in the YouTube info the day after, or at least half a day after, once we get all the show notes posted in. With that said, I just wanted to be able to check in. I was going to say, if Brianna's not here at the moment here, so that's okay. So just kind of checking in. Someone go ahead and just let me know who's ready to go next. Okay, we'll pass it over to Pisces. And then, sorry, Mollie, did you just have your hand up there? Was that okay? We'll pass it over to Mollie after that. And again, thank you everyone again for your patience. Obviously, it's a larger group tonight, so we're just going to keep rolling with it. So thank you again, everybody for just holding space and for being a part of this very important conversation. And that's why we're doing this, because as light workers, as light guardians, we can't just pretend that it's all going to be rainbow unicorn farts all the time, right? Like it's much more than that. But again, what happens when we can actually start to see the shadow, not necessarily as something that we can get excited about, we could, but as something that is a part of our duty. It is something that we can approach from a deep place of courage. So again, I hope this broadcast in some way ignites a piece of courage that is already inside of you, because you are strong enough. There's nothing this universe gives you that you are not capable of handling or transmuting or learning and growing from. Pisces, with that said, we're going to pass it over to you. Thank you, Pisces, for joining. Please feel free to introduce yourself. Welcome back, and go right ahead.
Thank you so much for giving the space for all of us. And my name is Melissa, and I go by Pisces Psyche. Feel free to find my YouTube under that name and give me a follow. I would love to hit 1,000 followers one day so I could go live for mobile on that. My TikTok as well is exactly the same. And my Instagram is Pisces #8 Psyche. And that being said, I wanted to give a shout out to every single speaker. Everything resonates and everything speaks to my soul. You know, that's what resonate means. And I really just wanted to say, for those of you struggling to identify with this concept of not an ego death, but an ego integration, I invite you to adopt ego shedding like a snake skin or a winter jacket or a winter coat. You no longer need that one, but it's a brand new life. And it hurts to get rid of that old one maybe sometimes, but it's necessary. Rip off the Band-Aid if you need to, or take off the blanket gently. You know, it's everyone else's journey is different, and honor that. Honor your own journey. That's a really the message coming through for me right now. on shadow night, full moon, intention setting, I intend to release every little last bit of hate that was ever harbored in my heart prior to this wave of spiritual awakening, because as we all well know, there are continual ebbs and flows of new ascensions, just infinitely, which I thank the universe for. The shadow created of repressing, avoiding, denying how we feel, usually pain. The way through spirituality is to integrate the humanity of avoiding this pain or this feeling. And that pain is at the root of this avoidance. And to forgive yourself for this humanity, this lifetime, this darkness is necessary for integration. If there was no darkness, there would be no light, there would be no integration. I invite you to welcome your darkness with warmth and compassion. I invite you to hug your shadows and then set them free in warm light down to the earth to be transmuted so they no longer will hurt anyone. Because every single thing you send out impacts the world, changes the frequency of the planet. So if you send that out without wrapping it in light, if you leave a nasty comment, or if you forget to smile, maybe it could change someone's day. It could change the planet. So I invite you to just think twice before you leave a comment on someone's TikTok or someone's Instagram about anything. I invite you to adopt what I like to call 5-second rule. I know this is a little off topic, but if they can't fix it in 5 seconds, don't comment on it. It's not going to help. So forgive yourself for that humanity. Anything that can't be fixed in 5 seconds is, humanity. Integrate that. This is an effort not to overshine, because overshining, as Brendon will tell you, is blinding and better than Taoist. Shadow work is really focused on the darkness and bringing that to a balance, the rejected, the disowned, the covered up parts. And what I'm telling you now are things that I've scribed during meditations on shadow work this week. This is a quote I would like to share with you that I know to be by M. Chaplin. If the road to truth means having to learn what is untrue and to face unconsciousness and obstacles within ourselves, the lover of truth gladly accepts this challenge. Let's see. If you yell to the skies and whisper, this is me. This is what I scribed now. The end quote. If you yell to the skies or you are whispering your heart, nobody cares for me. The universe will send you nobody who does not care for you, because the universe will match the energy. The universe is a reflection, and your shadow is covering the frame. Your shadow is a tricky son of a bee, and it is going to try to trick you so that you don't know that the universe is a mirror. And you're going, why is the universe so damn ugly? Because, hun, it's time to face the music and recognize when your shadow is present and pulling you to choose darkness. And shadow's anger, loneliness, pride, gluttony, desire, like Aura Vibin said. The blip of that magical opportunity to recognize and acknowledge those feelings as humanity and accept that and wrap it in light, instead of reject that and perpetuate the cycle, because it's going to keep coming back for you to recognize and forgive and be loved, is the mirror work to choose that light. to choose that flow, that stillness. So you ask why these things happen to you instead of for you. That's your shadow work. That if you have anger without a cause, you're resentful of the world. That's a direct reflection of you. If the world seems to be unfair or unloving, that's a clear sign you have unlove in your heart. That is where your shadow work needs to be done. That is where your eyes need to be looking, where things need to be healed. Meditation can help you to access the deep inner knowing that is necessary. And meditation and healing connections, healthy connections, spiritual connections, loving connections. These can help you tap into that unlimited compassion to have for yourself, to have for the universe, so that you will be reflected unlimited compassion, and the universe will bestow gifts and blessings upon you. The Maiden of the Autumn Harvest, Kuan Yin, is the card I pulled right before I hopped onto this live. And she's telling me now again, the season of tranquility and love is upon you. Blessed be. What you send out, you put back, and the universe is going to show you that. So if you feel like the universe is taking a shit on you, it's because you're taking a shit on her. Passing that mic now. Dropping that mic now.
Great. Dropping the mic. Great note to end on. Thank you so much, Pisces, for dropping that shift all over the place. Awesome. All right. Okay. With that said, we're gonna pass over to Mollie. Just a quick thing that just came to mind here. This is a very, very powerful idea, and I'd actually be kind of curious. Maybe Mollie might even have some perspective on this, and there's a couple other ideas, but I'll save those for later. This is a very powerful idea that for me was a very big paradigm shift. Was to be able to understand that things that we experience commonly as, say, like anger and rage and frustration are actually love in disguise, relatively speaking, because what I mean by this, and it'll make sense once I say it, is that if, going back to what David was saying, if you get curious about your anger, if you get curious about, like, you know, your rage and things like that, you'll actually find that deep down, that rage or that anger is there because you deeply care about something. You get angry when you see injustice. You get angry when you see your friends getting hurt. You get angry when you see boundaries being crossed, whatever the case may be. Now, again, that may not always be relative, because sometimes it could be like anger based on an egoic sort of attachment. Say when your mom like hides your Nintendo from you and you're just like that's like is that like, do you love your Nintendo? I guess you do, but again, that's kind of like an outside of the example box. But again, I invite you to just be able to understand that within this world of duality, don't simply think it's this idea that, you know, negative emotions are quote unquote bad, and it's literally just this idea that you should always try to be as good as you can be and everything. But more so, again, the healthy process of spirituality is understanding that these emotions will arise despite your preference, and your job is to be able to consciously meet them when they do, and then to be able to either choose, is this something I'm going to hold on to for a week, or is this something I'm going to healthily pay attention to, work with, learn from, and heal within like 1 hour of going out for a walk in nature and doing, again, finding a healthy way to be able to work with these energies, because it's gonna keep happening. Don't think that just, you know, pushing your anger and healing your anger is gonna cure you from anger. No. The universe will continue to trigger you. And again, next time you do get triggered, see it as another test. And once you're conscious of that, you'll be like, oh, okay, sweet. This is what's happening. This is what I'm observing. This is how I feel. This is where it's rooted from. And then the choice comes in. How do I choose to be able to respond? So again, the idea that the shadow is that which is unconscious. And so when we can illuminate the shadow can actually become conscious. And then when we do this, again, it becomes something that is more of a balance, opposed to just this idea that, yes, you're supposed to be nothing but love and light, but more so, again, yes, bring kindness, bring all of these things into the world, but do not think that you will never experience anger or frustration or any of those things. They are a part of your human nature. And again, just being able to meet those with a kind heart will help you see more parts of yourself where you can send more love. So, Mollie, with that said, we're going to pass it over to you. And Mollie, please, I don't know if there's something you want to expand upon relative to that, but please go ahead and take the discussion where you feel called, and please feel free to introduce yourself. Welcome back, Mollie, and when you're ready, introduce yourself. Go right ahead. And spiritual wisdom of shadow.
Hi everyone, my name is Mollie. I am a social worker who is realizing that the work is not only happening in society, the work really needs to be done within ourselves. Before I was a social worker, I studied psychology, philosophy, and then became a preschool teacher. So my whole way of life is about asking those questions and being okay with not always getting an answer. And I like to call that wonderstanding. So using curiosity to give you freedom of observation and seeking clarity and a little bit more understanding of yourself and others. So everybody has said such incredible things so far, and I would love to kind of tie them together and give an example of this, and with my own shadow, actually, which this is a little bit daring, but from my understanding, the way that I understand shadow is your shadow is brought up by the things that made you feel a certain way in your childhood. Your shadow can really connect to the experiences, the feelings that probably either you weren't encouraged to express, or the feelings that you internalized as flaws within yourself. None of us are flawed. None of us. But we carry emotional wounds, and that is your shadow. Your shadow is your emotional wound that you have not allowed yourself to confront. And even when you do let yourself confront them, doesn't mean they go away. It just means that you learn to live with them and learn to derive your strength from them. So something that happened today that allowed me to be like, oh, hey, Shadow, I see you over there. Glad you're always with me. I was in Target and doing my own shopping, and I hear in the next aisle some parents speaking to their child in a way that was demeaning, and I could hear the frustration in these parents' voice, but I could also really feel, and I'm not even seeing these people, I just hear the voice of these parents. I turned the corner, I see the child had spilled the things out of the shopping cart. And these parents, it's the end of a work day. They are exhausted, they are frustrated, Target is crowded, and they are responding to this child in a way that cut me. And I was able to say like, oh, that child is me. I was that child, feeling the frustration, feeling the short fuse of different adults in my life who were sources of love, but also did not protect me from their shadows. Just as we pass light to one another, we can pass shadows to one another. So the emotional trauma that you grew up with, it's quite easy for you to inflict that onto somebody else. If you had a parent who was impatient and easily frustrated, and you could never go fast enough or be organized or systematic as much as they wanted you to be, I have a feeling they experienced that in their childhood as well. And I feel called to reverse that direction. And so in saying that, so much of your purpose, as has been mentioned, is in your shadow. Your shadow holds wisdom for the parts of you that are most powerful, that give you that rise your emotions, that give a rise to you wanting to act. And so today in Target, when I heard these parents not outwardly shouting, not totally like punishing this child, but scolding publicly, harming the emotional safety in that relationship and doing it in a public way, I initially wanted to say to these parents, like, we don't need to yell at your child like that. But this is where the protecting your boundaries part comes in, because I think a year ago, I probably would have said something to these parents because I so felt the emotional wound that they were inflicting on this child. I could be projecting my own shadow onto this child. I recognize that. So we've got to notice all of these different dynamics. I did not say anything to these parents. It's not my place. You've got to stay in your own lane sometimes, because me sticking up to this child, sticking up for this child to the child's parents was not going to dissolve the shadow that probably already exists in this child. I'm sure this child is on the receiving end of this all the time. But I was stuck with the feeling of like, oh my God, I'm hurting for this child because I'm hurting in my own shadow. And you're kind of left with a, well, is there something I can do for this child? Is there something I can say to this child? Is there an expression? You know, we're wearing our face masks. All I wanted to do was smile at this child. I couldn't. And that hurt me also. A few minutes later, I kept walking through the store and I came to like an intersection in the aisles where the child and I were pretty much face to face. And I said to the child, I'm learning too. We're all learning. I drop things all the time. I just wanted this child to know that they are not dysfunctional. They are not broken. They are not flawed just because the people in their life make them feel that way. I could go on for a really long time. This is really stuff that speaks to me. I recently, as after last week, started a podcast. It's called Do You Wonderstand Me? It is a journey of exploring the shadow parts of ourselves, the parts of ourselves that feel connected to our purpose. And so I hope that if whatever I'm saying speaks to you, you'll give a listen and share some of the things, some of the inner turmoil or the introspection that you're wrestling with. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mollie. And please go ahead and let people know where they can find the podcast or connect with you. And again, the links for those will be in the YouTube afterwards as well. But in the moment, please go ahead and let people know.
I believe it is available on most podcast platforms. I will put in the chat, but it is called Do You Wonderstand Me? Like understand, sandwiched with the word wonder. Do you wonderstand me?
Love it. Awesome.
If I may
Yep.
add,
Go ahead.
just to bring it back to what Brendon said about like understanding your name and the reason that you were born on earth at this time to dissolve certain shadows, because shadows don't just belong to the individual. Shadows are a collective experience that we share. I have been thinking about my own name and thinking of Mollie, and the word mollify comes up to soothe. And my middle name is Rose, and a rose has many layers, but also rose is a different tense of the word rise. So I'm realizing I rose at this time to wonderstand. Mollie rose to wonderstand. So I hope this has helped anybody else wonderstand themselves, or just be open to using some wonderstanding in the moments where you feel like you don't have much compassion for yourself or for others. that'll be it.
Wonderful. Mollie, thank you again. And Mollie, if you're able to, please go ahead and put your social media links in the YouTube chat while we're live on air for these moments. And again, for everybody here, just make sure if you feel called, maybe you want to connect with Mollie afterwards, you're more than welcome to. And again, that goes for any of the fellow leading members here on air. That said, we're gonna pass it over to Kristen, and there's just so many ways to be able to explore this topic. And again, even with like the theme of Halloween and everything like that, the shadow is so close, it is so ripe, and I can't help but think of like just this cultural association that we have with like witches and spooky stuff and everything like that. But again, you know, I think it's important to be able to understand where are those stories coming from, because what we might perceive as something being like shadow is maybe just our perspective on it. But then when you have people who embrace, again, the shadow, because again, you can interpret the shadow not necessarily as like the anger and the hate and the bad things of their self, but I think the shadow in itself is also this like deep wisdom. Like I associate the shadow with being very much like this like feminine energy, and that's why again I think when we kind of have like these visions of witches and everything like that, we associate them with the shadow. But the shadow is kind of like, again, this like this hidden knowledge that's underneath the surface, the esoteric, that which is not always seen, but that in itself, which is equally a part of the cycle of nature and life and dirt and death and rebirth. And I think for some, in some cases, you know, some people, they choose to kind of like stand closer to the shadow to be an ambassador, because we need people kind of in all spectrums of this experience. But again, so you can still be like a pillar of light, even though you still kind of like walk within the shadow. That can still be a choice as well. I think, again, you know, as long as you're not harming other people, there's still a very interesting relationship to be able to explore and learn from when it comes to the wisdom of a shadow on a very esoteric, metaphysical, spiritually symbolic level. And perhaps we'll get more into that as well. But Kristen, thank you so much. We're going to pass it over to you. And just before I do that, who wants to go after Kristen? Just go ahead. We'll pass it over to Zentia, and then we'll pass it over to Gleb. And again, thank you everyone for being so patient, since we do have several people here. And we'll get close to the meditation maybe by about 10 p.m. So within about half an hour, we'll see where we're at. But again, we'll just keep flowing along here. So shout out to all the witches here. If you're a witch, drop a 333 in the comments down below. And yeah, because I'd love to hear from a witch, like what their association with shadow and all this stuff is. But nonetheless, Kristen, we're going to pass it over to you. Please feel free to introduce yourself and share a little bit of the spiritual wisdom of shadow. Go right ahead.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, sweet souls, for being here today and sharing lovely space. You all, I always adore the beautiful wisdom that comes from each and every soul that joins in. So thank you all so much for sharing wisdom from your heart and speaking on this super important topic. Shadow is actually one of my absolute favorite conversations, because there is infinite wisdom that lies within the shadows. And with that wisdom comes the power to be able to grow and shine your light brighter. And so whenever we connect with our shadows, we are being able to hold more power over ourselves and being able to help others shine their light as well. So beautiful wisdom has already been shared. So much stuff. A lot of the things that I was going to talk about has been brought up, but the one thing that I really want to touch on that is just so important in our shadows, connecting with them and becoming aware of them, bringing the unconscious conscious, and then turning inwards to be able to heal those shadows. And that is where you find the power, and you hold. So whenever you connect with your shadows and you learn what exactly fuels that shadow, you are able to then fuel it in a way that is healthy, that can then bring that shadow to light, which empowers you. So, for example, whenever you are doing your shadow work and you're looking at the things about you that you maybe don't like or you aren't fully connected with, you're able to see aspects of yourself that you are unaware of, and then you become conscious of that. And whenever you become conscious of these aspects, you're able to then gain control over it, which just empowers your being into a place of, from a place of lack to a place of abundance. And so whenever you hold control over your shadows, you're being able to project that energy into a place of power. Being able to show your shadows love is so important. The best way that I like to describe it is it's almost like your unseen shadow, the shadow that you're not looking at. It's like a toddler. It's like a 2-year-old that's crying out for attention. And if you ignore the toddler, if it's sitting there and it's throwing a tantrum and you look away from it or you choose to ignore it, it's going to get louder and louder and louder, and it's going to throw a bigger fit. And then eventually it's going to end up consuming your situation. You know, you're going to have to stop and deal with it. But if you look at the toddler and you say, what do you need in this moment? Are you hungry? Are you tired? Do you need a new diaper? Whatever the situation is, you're able to address it and then calm the toddler. So it's just like with your shadows. So a lot of the times, if you feel like your shadows are overwhelming you or controlling you, it's because they're crying out for attention. They need your love and they need your support. And so whenever you delve inward and you figure out what your shadows need, and then you feed them that's where you're going to be able to gain power over your shadows. And so, yeah, just working with your shadows is really important. Be aware of them. Don't send any kind of hate or judgment to them, because they need love. Like, they need love more than they need anything. And so showing your shadows love in whatever way makes best sense for you is going to be what's going to help those shadows really grow and allow you to gain control over them, which just allows you to further gain control over your conscious body and just gives you more control over your space. So thank you all for letting me share. I could honestly talk about shadows forever, but I know we have a lot of people here. So just really wanted to focus on the importance of healing those shadows and giving them what they need. Look at them directly, ask them what they need. If you are unaware of what your shadow needs, you can sit in meditation and you can ask, or you can look at it from an outside point of view and say, why do I feel angry right now? What is causing me to feel this anger? And look at it from a baseline, and then being able to give it that. And then one more thing I just wanted to talk on too real quick is a lot of the times trauma that occurs in our life can cause our shadows to become really deep into a place where we aren't able to become conscious of them. And so really being able to work on your traumas and what has happened in your life to possibly push those shadows down further is going to be able to help you gain control over those. And so really showing yourself love and giving yourself attention wherever you need along your journey is so important. So self-care and love in the shadow work is just absolutely irreplaceable. Thank you all for letting me share. Oh yeah, my name's Pinot Grazing. You can find me on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all that good stuff.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kristen, so much for sharing from your heart there. And absolutely, and we're gonna pass it over to Zentia. And again, you know, with the intention of this broadcast, if you're enjoying this broadcast, go ahead and drop an 1111 in the chat, because I think shadow is like the great equalizer between all humans. And I like to think about this story, and I'll just share this as a quick little allegory. Imagine, if you will, say for example, there was like a prince who was like growing up inside the castle, and then this prince was growing up inside the castle, and they never really left the castle, and they were always pampered, and they always had everything they needed, and life was always pretty easy for them. And then one day that prince grew up, and then they became a king, and then they were given responsibilities, and then one day something happened within the kingdom, and yet this prince, because his life was so easy, he didn't know how to handle it. He was unprepared. He was incapable of showing up as a leader, both within his own heart and for the people around him. Now imagine a parallel story where, say for example, there might have been like another person, maybe it was a prince, and for whatever reason they were down on the streets. They were living in the darkness. They were living in the literal and metaphorical shadow. They were scrounging for food. They were going through all the things that, not always, again, the things that we would just be like, I wouldn't wish for that. But evidently over time, this story and then this same person, this other version of a parallel reality eventually rises into becoming king. And yet this king, because of their challenges, because of their experience, they become the best king possible for the kingdom. They become the king that can relate to the people, that can speak to them on their level, that can see them as equals, that can see the shared journey that we have gone through. And so again, understand that each and every single one of us, princes and princesses, kings and queens of our own hearts, our own domains, our own communities, our own houses, whatever they may be, those challenges, those shadows, they make us who we are. And so you can look back on them and not necessarily be like, oh, like, I'm glad that happened, but at the same time, or like, I hope that happens again. That's a different way of saying it, but you can still be able to look at your shadows, your challenges, those challenging parts of your stories, and to still hold gratitude for them and to understand that they shaped you. They helped you become more of who you are. They gave you a deeper sense of empathy, and they showed you more of the courage that is already inside of you. So that is where, again, you know, the story of shadow is a part of our hero's journey, and it is a part of our awakening, and it is a part of our empowerment. And through this process of learning how to be able to experience the shadow and meet it with gentleness, as Kristen was saying, we allow ourselves to transmute what can be thought of as a quote-unquote negative experience into positive growth. And so the more that we do that, that is a way where you can collectively accelerate your growth and the growth for the entire conscious collective as a whole. So it's a very, very powerful way. Slight little paradigm shift. So if you want to just be able to leave a little affirmation in the chat, something related to that, where you can say, you know, like, I am grateful for my shadow, or I honor my challenges, some sort of affirmation in your own words, because they have XYZ allowed me to become more of who you are. Please, by all means, go ahead and share that in the chat. I think it's important for you to be able to say that to yourself, because that in itself can change the story. Because the more we kind of look back on things and just be like, oh, you know, like, that sucks, and it can suck. You can feel however you want about it, but at the same time, on behalf of the universe, thank you, because we need you as who you are, and we are grateful that those challenges have allowed you to become the strong person that you are becoming. And again, the story is still going to be continuing for those of you who may be quite new to this journey, and your challenges, you may be in the midst of them. Know that, again, you know, through the dark night, there is like this deeper story of learning how to trust and faith and to find your strength, and you are more loved than you may even know. And if you can remember that even in the darkest nights, then you will be able to find a very powerful part of your own soul that will also help illuminate the soul within others who you meet, and your story becomes a part of their story through the divine reflection of your encounters. Pass it over to Zentia. Zentia, welcome back once again. And when you're ready, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about the spiritual wisdom of shadow from your perspective. Welcome, Zentia.
Hi, everyone. My name is Zentia. I am an intuitive reader on Instagram and YouTube. Brendon, that was an amazing intro. Kind of, what I have to say is to share a little bit about my experience. This year for me was a tricky one. I went through a very heavy shadow, thrown into divorce, then thrown into the twin flame journey at the same time. And it was a lot. And I had to sit with myself and learn that the main part of this journey was integrating, for me, from my perspective, integrating my shadow into my daily life. It's always been here. But as the light shines and you see your shadow, it never goes away. So for me, it was more so not killing my ego, not separating myself from my shadow, but again, learning my shadows, learning those traumas, learning those triggers, and staring them in the face, digging into them. Boundaries, finding my masculinity in myself. I struggled with boundaries growing up. I struggled with saying no, being a people pleaser. If someone's like, are you cold? I'm like, no, I'm fine. Like, stuff that simple. I needed to this year step it up and balance both of those energies. And there's a shadow I found in my feminine side and in my masculine side, that both, and I want all of me to come with me. I want to know all of me. And it's not considered pretty to everyone, but to me, it's pretty because it's me. You know, it's a part of me. You may consider it ugly, bad, but I kind of see myself as just energy all in one space. So my shadow is something I'm proud of. Just like I'm proud of my good side. All of me is just me. And it's like you said, as long as I'm not hurting anyone, and I know I need to step it up in beautiful ways with this boundaries thing. But I do know I'm here to share this experience and connect my shadow to other people's shadow so that they can move forward. It's a very difficult thing to go through the night of the soul, especially without the tools that you need. Um, Going towards these addictions, whether it's alcohol, whether it's drugs, whether it's video games, whatever the addiction is that is helping you stay away from your shadow, not look in the darkness, kind of stay complacent in what you feel is your light versus your whole self, integrating it all and then finding that balance and then going forth with your life. One important thing I want to say about doing shadow work is to remember, when you're lonely, when you're sad, when you feel alone, there's a huge cup of love and it's yours. It comes out of you and no one can ever take it away from you. No one can ever deplete it. It's yours. And when you feel lonely and sad, reach inside and get your cup and drink it. Drink your own love and refill it again and again and again until you're comfortable with your shadow and you wake up and that sun shines and you look back and say, good morning, shadow. Let's go. We can do this. That's what I have to say.
Wonderful. Awesome. Zentia, thank you so much for sharing there. And again, just every single story here, I hope by the time people are listening to this, again, it feels like you're literally just sitting here with multiple versions of yourself. Like, we're all sharing these different stories, but they're all the same story. And it's this story of awakening. It's this story of being able to learn how to navigate this very interesting and magical world that we are in. I'm going to pass it to Gleb in 1 second. And one thing I was just going to mention that again kind of came to mind earlier, and I'll just say this very, very quickly. But again, you know, for those of us who are here on this journey of trying to help change the world and just kind of standing in our own strength and being in our own light, you will be tested. And there's kind of this idea that, you know, the brighter the light, the more it attracts like the shadow. Sometimes, like, the brighter the light, the more the shadow is casted, so to speak. So there's this idea that I just want to be able to let you know that on this journey, there will be times when people may come at you, and they may come at you with their own shadow, with their own anger, with their own frustration. And yet in those moments, see those as a lesson for yourself, see those as a sacred mirror. How will you meet those moments? How will you either A, set your boundaries as an act of self-love for yourself, or how will you just be able to, depending on whatever the circumstances is, be able to not react, not meet them in anger. You can feel however you want. You can still feel anger if someone does something, but again, the action that you do following that observation of however that made you feel will define your character moving forward. So if someone comes up to you and they're being like, oh, I'm gonna bully you, and things like that, do you immediately just start bullying them back? Or is there a way where you can transmute that? Is a way where you can, again, transmute fear with love? This is your superpower. Your superpower, and I'll just say this, is your ability to use your heart to literally transform the energy around you. Know this idea that, again, you know, fear and anger is kind of like a lower vibration, and in the same way, love is its own vibration, and it can literally transform the room. You have the power to be able to lead by example. You have the power to be able to decide on how you will respond when some people come at you with their own anger and their own frustration. And at the end of the day, I hope in some way you allow yourself to carry that perspective, that when you see people who are projecting anger and frustration, that you see them with a gentle heart, and you understand that there are parts of themselves that simply are crying for love, that are simply wounded, that are simply in need of their own healing. And it may not be your responsibility to do their healing, But again, when you can just kind of like see that and without taking it personally and allow yourself to just be able to meet any anger and frustration, and perhaps if it's relative, find a gentle way to be able to open up the conversation and just be able to say something as simple as, thank you for letting me know how you feel. This is really important. Would you like to talk more about it? And opening up a dialogue, opening up a conversation if it's relative, because again, you are a transmuter, you are an alchemist, and where there is shadow, there is a job for you to be able to help transform it. Where and when you feel called is up to you, but you'll know when it is relative along the path. So again, when people come into your path and they start projecting anger and frustration, everything like that, see it as another test. How will you meet it with more compassion in the best of your ability, while still standing for your boundaries, still standing for your virtue, not letting yourself get walked over, but again, meeting it with a gentle heart in a way that could theoretically change that other person's life. My goodness, no one's ever met me in that way. And suddenly the schoolyard bully becomes your best friend. You tame the dragon, so to speak. So anyways, if that resonates, go ahead and drop some more 1111s. Thank you again, everyone, so much. Let's pass it over to Gleb. And just to get an idea, who wants to go after Gleb? Go ahead. Justine, and then Z, and let me just make sure everybody, okay, and then Jess. And again, we'll keep going from there. We still got Suleiman and Rootz as well. So Gleb, passing it over to you. Gleb, welcome back. Please go ahead, gently introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about the spiritual wisdom of shadow from your perspective. Welcome, Gleb. Go right ahead.
Hello. Is microphone good? Working?
Sounds good.
Okay, great. So my TikTok is Gleb_the_Titan, if anyone wants to know that. That's my only social media so far. So yeah, I like to touch upon like Brendon's like spiritual integration of like, you know, the whole shadow thing as a superpower. And I think that the shadow is very much a special ability that we have not yet integrated into our reality. Like, for instance, like with plants, if you want the plant to grow strong, you have to like literally cut it when it's barely grown in order to have like more branches grow out of it, or like make the stem thicker. That's for plants. And another thing that I like to touch on is I play D&D, and anyone that plays D&D, you know, you have to create your own character. You have to like choose your class, your race, just like we do on Earth before we are born. But we also, in the D&D creation, you also have to choose your abilities and your strengths, your weaknesses, and they all have to like make sense with your character, just like we do when we incarnate on Earth. We choose the things we want to integrate into the reality, because most of the people that are on this panel are probably either star seeds or like earth seeds, or people and souls that are not, I don't want to say it like rude, but like tainted by the earth energies, so that way they can raise the vibration of the earth. For me personally, the shadow is like a stepping stone, because I work with dense energies inside myself, and like whenever I see it in like outside of me, I'm like, okay, what's that saying about within me? Usually I'm pretty good with, at least nowadays, to recognize when something is bothering me within me. I have spirit guides to help me clear up dense energy and like shine the light and use fire, because I have a dragon. He is insane. He's great to like just, I've cleared out the denseness. Now it's your job to kind of like use the other spirit guides, or just kind of like yourself, to help uncover that thing that was hidden behind that dense shadow energy. And before we started this meeting, I had a session with a spiritual mediator. I'll give Brendon the info of his, but he's on TikTok. I don't know his name, but his real name is Aiden White. Anyway, I will link it in the show notes after the show is done. But he basically told me that I need to start focusing on my thoughts more, because apparently I've experienced some either cumulative trauma or like, suppression by my family that basically made me feel like I don't deserve to think for myself, basically, which screwed me up royally, like for the longest time between the years of 2016 and 2018, when I don't know if it was a twin flame, but it was just a bad breakup. Breakup is not even putting it into words. Like, it was that bad. But in that time span, I tried maybe going to school, and maybe that would help. Like maybe that's what I need. So no, no. Like my dad constantly just told me like, you could do this. I'm like, I don't know, sure. And then he got mad at me for like, oh, you didn't complete this and that because blah blah blah. I'm like, what do you understand? You're literally full of trauma. I didn't actually say that to his face, but yeah, generational trauma is insane, because apparently I don't even know how to begin to explain what he's been through. But yeah, within that session that I had with Aiden, he told me that I need to allow myself to think for myself, basically, and allow myself to think and feel things that I am not letting myself feel. And like, where am I putting my power, like my thoughts, towards things that are not within me? Like, sometimes it was useful, like in the beginning of my journey, to kind of like, okay, that's kind of cool, that's an interesting spiritual concept, I'm just gonna ride that wave until it's no longer serving me. But it also works within against me. Like, okay, I don't know what to do. That's literally the only option right now. It's kind of toxic, but I literally don't know anything else. So, out. So just allow yourselves to, whoever's going through trauma, probably most of us that are watching this have been attracted to this frequency of now, to heal our own traumas and help. As soon as we realize that we have trauma, we can see that trauma within others that are willing to heal and help them understand their trauma, and then we can collectively exponentially grow as individuals and as a collective. That's all I have to say.
Gleb, thank you so much for sharing that, and again, just sharing from your heart and that vulnerability. And I think that's one of the most powerful things, is when together as a community, when we can be in this space where there's no shame in us being able to say like, hey, look, like, I've got my trauma, you've got your trauma, let's heal this together, let's support each other in being able to do this work. But I think what you were saying there about the generational trauma is an incredibly powerful idea, and it's something that, as a point of optimism, to be able to look forward to. And I'll just say this, and then I'll pass it over to I'm passing it over to Justine next. Right now, for everybody here, like, this is such a powerful time, and you guys, you tell me if this resonates with you. I've kind of heard this idea, but it just really rung true with me and with my heart. Part of the reason why so many of us have come here as soul, like as like, wherever we've come from, star seeds, earth seeds, past, future, whatever it may be, is that we have come here to this time because we have the potential to be able to heal generations of trauma in a single lifetime. Let me say that again. We have the power to heal generations of trauma in a single lifetime. The cycles can stop here. Like they can stop within this generation. And then again, you know, just holding this idea of like, yeah, like let's stand for today. Let's stand for tomorrow today. And I want to be able to raise my children in a world where, again, you know, not to say they'll never have challenges and they'll never face their shadows and everything like that. But wow, the idea of being able to bring in this new generation that isn't being bogged down by the traumas of the past, and instead is just given this fruitful opportunity to really step into their own unique expression of self. But again, you know, I think not to say that we are any less because of the responsibilities that we have of the generations before us. And it's something that for those of us, you know, who choose to see it from this perspective, again, it goes back to this sense of bravery. It goes back to the sense of courage. It is a choice. It is a choice. You can either say, no, thank you, not this lifetime, or you can say, yes, I answer the call and I will do my part with the best of my ability to be able to help heal how I can and to help others in doing the same. So together, when we collectively create this circle, this community, it creates this bigger ripple effect that may even go further out through time than we even realize. So again, your ancestors, they are your spirit guides, whatever you guys want to say, they are here with us right now, cheering us on. And so let's utilize this lifetime with all the opportunity that we have to be able to help do the work, to be able to balance ourselves, to heal trauma within ourselves, to heal trauma within the collective, and to help bring in this beautiful new vision of what this future can become. The idea to think that, you know, it's just like, oh, trauma is just a thing and it just has to continue. I don't know. Does it? I think what we are experiencing, and I'll just say this, I'll pass it to Justine, is this process of being between frequencies. If you think of cymatics, when you have a certain octave, everything looks harmonious. When you're between octaves, things go all crazy. If you're thinking of cymatics, the salt on the board with the vibrations and things, it's all weird, it's all crazy, it's all distorted, it's chaos, it's traumatic, it's, you know, it's anger, it's fear, whatever you guys want to call it. But then when you shift up to that next octave, vroom, comes back into symmetry again. So again, I think the fact that each and every single one of us is a testimony to the idea that yes, trauma is something that can be healed. It takes work, but again, that work, I think, as complicated as it is also quite simple. And it comes back to just being able to find home within our heart and then to be able to help share that energy with others as well. But anyways, that's just my perspective, and let's pass it over to Justine. This is all just practice, right? Justine, we'll pass it over to you, and then we're going to pass it over to Z as well. And then again, we'll go through all the speakers here, and then we'll go into a little bit of just open style discussion, and then we'll get into our meditation, and we'll get close to wrapping this up before about an hour left, give or take. Justine, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Pass it over to you. Introduce yourself and spiritual wisdom of shadow. When you're ready, go right ahead.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for choosing to be here with us tonight. I honor all of you for showing up and doing your shadow work. Gold star for me. With that said, what I really felt called to speak on tonight, really, I think the simplest way to explain is the moments of shadow. When you're in that moment and you're like, oh my goodness, I am in so much pain and suffering. I am scared. You know, all of those shadow feelings, not to label them as bad, but just to say as humans, we experience that deeply uncomfortably in our like visceral physical bodies, right? And that could be any form of trauma. It could be the pain and anguish of grief, which is something I'm personally going through right now. And that on some level, we're all grieving what was before the global pandemic started, right? It's different now. Nobody gets to get out of this existence, this incarnation, without experiencing these shadow challenges in moments. And for me, in terms of healing trauma, and what really works is addressing it in the moment, learning to build that separation of, oh, wow, I'm experiencing, and now I'm immediately reacting, to I'm experiencing, I'm observing, I'm processing, and now I'm consciously choosing my action is huge. And I could go on and on and on and on, because this is probably my favorite spiritual subject and the one that I've experienced most deeply personally. But I wanted to share one thing with you that's like super nerdy tonight. I'm pretty sure if you were educated in any sort of standard Western way, you've probably heard of Leonardo da Vinci, right? Mona Lisa, same dude, okay? So he's credited with inventing this concept called chiaroscuro, which literally means clear shadow in Italian. And what it did is it allowed him to achieve 3 important things in his artworks, and it revolutionized art. It's a really important part of the Renaissance, and a lot of people would say we're going through like a new Renaissance right now for like astrological and cultural reasons, etc. I promise I'm not going to go too deep and take all the time. But the 3 things that chiaroscuro allowed Leonardo da Vinci to achieve are depth, intensity, and transparency. And in my practice, in my experience, what I believe that we can learn from our moments of shadow is depth, intensity, and transparency of understanding. And if you have the courage and the will to take a step back and say, okay, that sucked, or wow, this sucks, and then go ahead and go, okay, how can this moment teach me something? How can I achieve greater depth, intensity, and or transparency of my understanding through this experience? That is your moment to moment alchemy process right there. Because you're saying, this is a lesson. I'm choosing to take something positive from this. I'm choosing to let this turn my to gold, literally. And if you like to nerd out with me, at some point we can talk more about like the history of what alchemy really was. But there's a lot to suggest in terms of the history and the writings that exist that yes, alchemists were famous for wanting to turn various materials into gold, but some of that was philosophical as well. And so for me, what I promote is in the moment of the shadow when it hurts, and man, I am there with you right now if you are in the hurt, because I am in it too, to just take a breath, compartmentalize, and say, okay, there's something for me to learn here. Greater depth, greater intensity, greater transparency about the universe. Love you all so much. We're doing this incarnation together. So much love for everyone in this community. And I'm going to leave lots and lots of room for everybody else to speak, because I know we have a whole bunch of people more past me and we're coming up on meditation time. So much love. Oh, awesome. And you can find me on TikTok or Instagram at 5D aligned. Yeah, I'm done now.
Perfect. Awesome.
Love you.
Thank you. Thank you, Justine, and honestly, everyone here. I feel like I just need to give every single person their own podcast episode, and we'll just talk for hours on end, because there's no limit to the amount of wisdom that we have to share here. And just hitting upon one thing, and then we're going to pass it over to Jess, and then there's a couple other things I want to talk about afterwards, in terms of ways to be able to like healthy ways to deal with quote unquote negative, heavier energy in healthy ways, just to be able to make sure that we give people some practical tips and tricks. And that can also be something that we can work into the general group discussion, and everybody can kind of add in their own tips. Think back to experience when you were going through those heavier times. What was it that helped you in those moments? So we'll talk more about that in a second. But just I mentioned earlier, partway through the broadcast, that I was going to tell you what the next episode of our podcast is going to be, which will be October 8th. And I'll give you guys 2 seconds just to kind of like feel into it. What's it going to be? Anybody want to take any guesses in the chat? Spiritual wisdom of ... Take a couple seconds here to guess if anyone wants to guess. All right, okay, I'll just tell you. So wait, sorry, what? Who said what?
Pop culture, because I like
pop culture. Okay. Good guess. But nonetheless, the topic for next week, I would have been surprised if anybody guessed it. But anyways, the topic for next week is going to be spiritual wisdom of alchemy. So spiritual wisdom of alchemy. I can like see like David, Kristen, there's David's got books ready on it and everything like that. Everybody else, they're ready to dive into it. Justine just talked about it and everything. I think everybody here is going to be excited about that one. And again, that directly links off of what we're talking about here when it comes to the process of transmutation, the alchemical process of turning shadow to light and being able to grow from the challenges. I mean, yeah, this episode's called Spiritual Wisdom of Our Shadow, but indirectly, this is basically called Spiritual Wisdom of Our Badassness. darkness to be able to work through those hard times and to shine with our light. That's what the real title of this episode is. Shadow is just another word for it. Again, you can't have shadow without strength as another part of the story, right? So it just depends how you look at it. All right, with that said, Jess, give me a thumbs up. We're going to pass it over to you next. And then afterwards, sorry, I apologize if we're passing it to Z after Jess. Did I mess up the order there? Am I passing it to Z after? Z, can I pass it to you after? That's okay. All right, we're gonna pass it over to Jess, and then from there we'll pass it over to Z as well. So Jess, thank you so much for joining in. Please feel free to briefly introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about the spiritual wisdom of shadow from your perspective. Go right ahead, Jess. Welcome.
All right, thank you guys. My name is Jay. This is my first time getting on here. I really appreciate all of you guys. Mollie specifically kind of inspired me to get on here, so thank you. But thank you to everybody, because with your stories and everything that you guys share, it really touches me, in some way. With shadow work, I'm getting out of the shadows. I'm basically saying that right now because I kind of grew up really, really quiet and really shy. Due to traumas and just experiences in my childhood. And so I would always refrain from talking and expressing myself. Also, I'm Catholic. I grew up with Catholic beliefs. So growing up as myself, it was kind of hard. And so I was always repressing my emotions, always repressing anything, just my whole self. And because of that, later on in my journey, I started drinking. So I had like a alcohol dependency, alcohol problem. And I battled with that for like 10 years. And, thankfully, I'm 1 year sober now. And I just got to say that meditation really helped me. I just basically went cold turkey, and I started meditating and going within myself, because I started noticing that maybe I could be the toxic one, maybe I have a problem too. And maybe it's not the people outside that are bad. So I'm really grateful to be here with you guys and share this community, be part of this community. I'm really excited, and I hope that anybody out there that wants to share their story too, and you're welcome to come. I think you should, because that's the way that we help each other and we connect. So with that being said, I just want to say thank you, and yeah.
Awesome. Jay, thank you so much for jumping on, and thank you for just being a part of this team and every single person here. I love the idea that we just have such a diverse range of stories, but they're also relatable. And I know you were getting some big love there, both within our chat and within the YouTube comments as well. So Jay, thank you for sharing, and thank you for just being an inspiration simply by being who you are. That's what it's all about. So beautiful. All right, team, let's keep passing it around here. I'm not going to talk in between here, but again, after we kind of go through, let's get things wrapped up with, again, how do we kind of like process in healthy ways the idea of dealing with the heavier, the shadow aspects of ourselves, and so to speak. So we're gonna pass it to Z, and then after Z, who am I passing it to after that? Who hasn't talked yet? Just making sure that everybody who wants to get in gets in. So Rootz, your hands up, and Curtis, your hands up. Okay, so we'll pass it to Z, we'll pass it to Curtis, and then we'll pass it to Rootz, and then Kaci, did you want to share anything, Kaci? You can let us know if you decide as we go. Okay, all right, we'll play it by ear. Okay, Z, passing it over to Z. Z, again, one of our newer leading members. Such an honor to be able to have so many amazing people here. Z, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about the spiritual wisdom of shadow from your perspective. Go right ahead.
Hey everyone, I'm Z. I didn't know what to talk about, and I was like, oh, I'll just listen to everyone. And it's crazy because after every person was talking, I was like, oh, I could mention this. Oh, I could mention this. And then it got to a point I was like, okay, and then as Brendon said, you guys are all different facets. We're all different facets of each other. And then that kind of clicked. And I've never actually focused on just talking about the shadow before, which I didn't realize I had never done. I'm like, oh, I understand shadow, but like this was really helpful and just like going in deeper there. One thing that my psychic had told me a while ago that really helped me was, what's the opposite of depression? It's inspiration. So what makes you feel depressed can actually be literally what inspires you. And that happened to me in my life, where I was a reject, or I was the ostracized girl, I was a weird girl. It's like whenever you're resonating your truth, it triggers other people, and you kind of have to grow older before you realize there's not something wrong with you, because you're like, oh, you're so nice, you can be as nice as you want. Or like earlier, how the earlier people talking were just reflecting light, especially those Pisces people. Those two Pisces that were talking, they're like, oh, like we take on negative energy and it's hard. So that was just a little tidbit. And also I really encourage to explore darkness, to explore the shadow, because this year especially, it kind of pushed us all there. Okay, oh my gosh, sorry, this is Vibey, I just rescued her. Oh my god, it's just really crazy. She's literally always hissing. Oh, she's traumatized. And literally on this call, when the meditation started, is the first time she sat in my lap. And she's just been doing this whole call, which is completely crazy. I'm blown away by that. I think it's y'all's energy coming in. Yeah, but you should definitely explore your shadow. And because like this year, we all were kind of pushed there to a breaking point, all of us to some degree. And by exploring the shadow and the depth of it, that's how we actually create greater light. That's something that I learned this year as well. Especially with learning how deep and dark it really can get in this world, then it kind of helped magnify how much light could also be created to fill in that darkness. And another point I wanted to make was, don't let other people define what your shadows are. Don't let society define what is darkness or not. One example could be that I cut my family out of my life, and I didn't, because I programmed myself to be positive about my family, because positivity in a way is another layer of programming. If you don't kind of delayer and deprogram first, it's just another mask on top of all the others. And I would think that that's normally wrong, or a lot of people like, oh no, you should heal your relationship, etc. But when I cut them out, my life changed for the better. Universe, God, consciousness, everything put so many more things in my life and everything. I was like, holy shit, this was the right decision, and I was late to this decision. So and we're reconnecting, like things are going to be fine. But just an example of how, like, don't let society define what shadow is and what you need to do, what the right thing is. And that to kind of explore your shadow more from that angle, and just allowing yourself to kind of even bathe in the darkness, and just to even enjoy and be like, this sucks, but I'm gonna do it anyways. I don't care what you guys think, and then see what magic comes as a result of doing that.
Awesome. Z, thank you so much for sharing, Z, and shout out to your fuzzy new family member for joining us tonight. What an honor. They've got their own journey, they've got their own story, right? Absolutely. So beautiful. Awesome. Z, wonderful. Happy to be able to have you here. And again, team, we're just going to keep moving along here, and just, I love what Z was saying here, that again, it's, we all have different points of view, different points of you, and again, shadow is going to be your own personal unique relationship with it. And this is something that we'll probably share for another broadcast when we do the spiritual wisdom of psychedelics part 2. But again, like, ever try taking 5 grams of mushrooms and sitting in silent darkness? Yeah, see what that shows you. Because again, that's not always going to be like this thing where it's like it's a negative thing. If anything, that can be an incredibly enriching, enlightening thing. And I think it's through darkness that we also get to like enter into like more parts of ourselves. Again, you close your eyes, you fall asleep last night, you are entering into the shadow. But within the shadow, you're also entering into this vast ocean of infinite possibility as well. So what we may think think of as shadow and nothingness is actually infinite potential for everythingness. You know, when you have that empty space, you have infinite opportunity for new things to be able to arise. So yeah, again, sometimes you got to clear things out, go through a bit of that process to be able to make room for new things to be able to grow and enter into new parts of yourself. So yeah, really, really open your ideas and your heart to what shadow can really mean for you. And it's not just going to be something that's going to be answered in this podcast. You're going to keep staying curious about it, and it's going to be something that's going to continue to evolve over time. And you just everyone after this, go outside and sit underneath the full moon and just see how that feels, right? See how that shadow feels, right? So anyways, team, let's keep moving along here before I keep babbling on too much, and we'll get close to wrapping up, and then we're going to do some hopscotch there. Okay, so let me just check. We're going to pass over to Curtis next. Is that what I said? Yeah, I'm going to pass it to Curtis next. And then again, sorry, just checking in. Ericka, I wasn't sure if I didn't see your hand go up earlier. Ericka, did you want to jump in before we get things wrap up here? If you want to just let me know, Ericka, just put your hand up if you want to be able to jump in at some point. Okay, so we'll do Curtis, and then it was Rootz next, and then we'll pass it over to sorry, Silomon. You probably have something to say too, right? Yeah, okay, so let's do it this way. So let's go Curtis, and then Ericka, Rootz, and then Silomon. We'll do it that way, and then that will take us through everyone. So Curtis, passing it over to you. Thank you so much. Welcome back, dude. And if you can just kind of like tilt your camera down just a little bit as we get ready to do into this, or just reposition as you need to. And go ahead, Curtis, briefly introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about spiritual wisdom of shadow. Once we kind of go through this, we'll set a time limit. Meditation will begin within about 20 minutes. Thank you everyone for being patient, and it will be the best meditation for your life. It will change your life. Stick around, I promise. All right, okay, Curtis, go ahead when you're ready. Welcome, dude.
Hey, what I'm talking about. Okay, my name is Curtis. I am 23 years old. I actually introduced to so curious about alchemy in high school, not even knowing what I was fathoming at the time. I was taking in all these images, just looking through Google Images, like looking at all these amazing images, alchemy, and like this magnum opus, this whole idea of this just just I don't know. I just got, and then all of a sudden now things are piecing together as I'm waking up. And I did this Kamehameha to talk about what I really wanted to talk about regarding shadows. And a really good example is a Goku in Dragon Ball Z. Now, Goku is an archetypal fighter hero, and he has a very unique personality when he goes into fighting. Okay, and this is how everyone should approach their shadows. how he always does is his fights. He likes to push his limits. He always pushes his limits, and I feel like we should do that. But I'm gonna go. I was gonna show the clip, but I don't know if y'all are gonna hear the sound, so I'll just go ahead and talk about it. Goku's he's facing this really, really tough guy, and what he does, he starts off he powers all the way down. Each fighter is both like they're testing each other out. So Goku's like literally punch, nothing happening. He's not even getting phased. Like this guy, he's like going full out, and then he goes Super Saiyan, and then he goes another Super Saiyan, and he just fighting, punch, and nothing happens. Now this is what resembled facing your shadow and forcing it and dealing with the problem. You're maybe not forcing it, but you're really dealing with the struggle. And then all of a sudden he starts getting his butt beat. Like he starts just getting wailed on. But that's the thing about Goku, is that he just gets back up and just goes at it again. And what happened was, every time Goku faces an enemy that he has to surpass some sort of threshold, he gets pushes to the limit. Like he is about to die. He's about to like pass over, or someone in his family gets killed, or all the stories you hear in Dragon Ball Z is that he gets this courage within him. It's like a veil that opens up. And what happened with this enemy is a Jiren, which in his maximum form, and Goku's doing a spirit bomb, and he tries to go and do this most powerful move, and Jiren just phases it out. He pushes it back, and it goes into Goku, and Goku's sees this. His energy meshes with his own, with the energy being pushed, and he breaks through a threshold. And that's the shadow, is this unconsciousness that will come to you in your time of need, will come to you with this faith, will come to you with this courage. You know, Goku has an immense amount of courage. All he does is test his limit. He wants to get tested. He wants to get, that's the clip. That's the clip right there that Z is showing right now. And well, that's a spirit bomb. But what happened was, and even in his first form, his new form, the Ultra Instinct form, Jiren just brushes it off. And that's because Goku couldn't handle his new form. Now, as we evolve to our Super Saiyan forms, we sometimes can't handle this power that we're given. We're always in the sense of, oh, this is it. Because after that, Goku was beating him up. He was doing a good job, and he looked like he wasn't even trying. And that's his new form. He hasn't even mastered it. And he just like totally didn't even try, because he wasn't even he wasn't mastered that form. Now, when we're that powerful, when we're up in frequency, when we ground ourselves in frequency, we can't handle it, you know. But everything gets easier. We like move through things fast, and sometimes we just fall apart like that. And that's still that shadow that is showing us, that is pushing our limits. And I wanted to talk about also feminine, masculine energy. I saw someone bring up in the webinar earlier today. Someone was talking about talking to someone, and the difference between curiosity and trying to find man, I forgot what it was. And like acceptance, you know, and receiving energy. Versus curiosity. You know, you sometimes you get curious, and that's masculine. You're searching, you're looking for it. And then there's also this feminine aspect of receiving. And I feel like when we pass this threshold of of being curious about this power that we're trying to reach, we have to be acceptance of the power that is better than us. You know, like there's always someone better than you in the world. Yeah. All those messages we hear every day, but you know, how do we get better? And that's the whole point. We can get better. That's my story.
Awesome. Curtis, thank you so much. That's one of the few handful of times that we've talked about Dragon Ball Z on our team podcast, and it will not be the last. But yeah, great metaphor
like you mentioned that at some point, and then while I'm thinking about it, I feel like we talked about something like this.
Very likely. So no, again, and that's just another example of the hero's journey, right? And what we call again, you're going to call shadows different things at different times, but maybe shadows again are just obstacles to help us grow, if we think of it that way. You know, they're weights to make us stronger, the things to be able to help make us more flexible, more versatile, whatever it may be. So for everybody here, once you start changing your perspective, where the shadow arises, the challenges arise, what happens when you meet it again with that curiosity and that courage? And what will happen is perhaps you will move through it with a new level of grace, almost like Neo from the Matrix, or like Goku in this case. Those challenges are there to be able to help you unlock the gifts of your strength. So Curtis, awesome, thank you so much. Okay, let's passing it over to Rootz. Yeah, okay, sorry, I if I lost track of my order, I'm gonna pass over to Rootz, and we're gonna pass over to Ericka, and then we're gonna pass over to CeeLo, and then we're gonna get into a little bit of popcorn style from there. And that's pretty much everyone. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out and for being here. I know this one's a little bit longer. I knew it was gonna be a long one, but yeah, it's awesome. So, and it's important. This is the conversation that's needed right now, because it's creating context and it's creating our bigger story. Rootz, passing it right over to you. Go ahead, introduce yourself, talk a little bit about the spiritual wisdom shadow. And before you get going, if you can just readjust your camera to center it up a little bit. And when you're ready, perfect. Go right ahead. Welcome.
All right. Hello, beautiful fellows. This has been a wonderful journey. I am Rootz in Flux. I'm Rootz in Flux on every platform, which makes it really easy. So today I actually want to talk about shadow work within the tarot, because that's the language that I understand better than like everything else. That's the one that makes sense, right? And it's funny that we keep talking about the hero's journey, because the hero's journey is the same as the fool's journey in the major arcana of the tarot. So within there, the Fool is the main character. You are the main character. The Fool is constantly in transition and is constantly going through life as not like really knowing exactly where it is that he's intending to go. He's going full force within his spirit, right? It's not necessarily fully locked into place, but it is like consistently paying attention to what resonates within their body, within their soul, knowing that they're always guided and provided for, always able to help walk through the next space. Within this, the reason he goes through this journey is then to touch back into relearning all of the skills, and then going back through the cycles of death, the time, going in through the mental realms. The first 7 cards are all in relation to like meeting somebody physical who's like teaching us a lesson about how to be. And Tarot makes sense to me because it's like it's flashcards of these different pivotal moments within our life that then come back up to kind of help guide, orchestrate, and realign us and shift us. So like everyone tonight has just been like honestly blowing my heart and my mind open with their English for the exact same stuff that I'm like, I get off of pictures. Because it's like allowing ourselves to really just explore ourselves more deeply, right? So that's a huge thing about the tarot, is just keep asking questions, keep doing all these different spreads that kind of help you engage with your life a little bit more in like different nuanced ways. I mean, Brendon was talking about, hey, kind of like, let's have a way to help work with your shadows. This is the one that helped me. I've been reading cards since I was about 13, and this helped me go through many different life changes, many different understandings. Like there was a time last year after a Radical Fairy Festival, I literally went and I stayed with somebody in the middle of the New York State, and I basically read cards every single day so as to like, what's going on? What's this present world? Where did I just suddenly drop into, right? And having a way of like listening to your spirit, listening to that internal voice, regardless of all of the external world, right? Like we've got social media, we've got a million different ways of connecting with hundreds of people. And sometimes that's powerful, but you have to always come back to just you. Period. Because you have to love you before anybody else can, because you got to show up for yourself. You got to love your light side and your dark side, taking care to honor like whatever parts you really want to then be. But for me, it's like you have to look at it first, and you have to examine it. And you know, that's the simple T. As long as you're ready to look at you and ready to keep moving forward and dealing with whatever comes up, because people come to me for readings all the time, and then it's clear who's actually working with them and who's just having a reading because it's a fun, right? Because it's something that we've just been like, oh, it's just reading cards, it doesn't mean anything. It's like, no, the likelihood, just in scientific mathematical terms, of you getting the reading that you get is astronomical. It's upwards in the trillions, quadrillions, because there's 78 cards, and for them to come down in the exact way that resonates with something that's going on deep within your soul, the more you're able to be vulnerable with what you're looking for, the more the cards can actually unfold the picture in front of you. And that is why I love tarot, because you cannot ignore when the pictures are right before you. So kind of like how the little beautiful little screens over here popping off with all these beautiful faces. All right, I love y'all so much. Thank you for joining.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Rootz, for again just sharing your wisdom and that beautiful perspective. I'm just going to put Z's camera on just so everyone can just admire the cat for a moment. I know people are just like, damn man, that cat, it's just so cool, right? That, like, what wisdom does that cat hold, right? Oh, absolutely. But yeah, again, just as we're hanging out here, I'm gonna pass the talking stick around. One thing that again, you know, with this hero's journey archetype, I can't help but again, with me, by the end of this, when I talk about being a light guardian, the light guardian archetype, this is something that I basically refer to as being like a modern day gray Jedi. And so again, this is something that I invite you guys, if you feel you resonate with it, please by all means carry it. And again, so the gray Jedi is not the one that's necessarily purely the just bearers of light, but they are the ones who integrate the awareness of the shadow, and they carry both spectrums, and therefore they have all the knowledge that they can acquire from opposite ends, but they still show up in service. They still show up in a place that is deeply rooted from their heart, but they do not ignore the shadow aspects of themselves. And the last thing I'll just say here real quick, within Empire Strikes Back, there is a beautiful scene, and it's related to the hero's journey. And in it, it's when Luke is on Dagobah and he's training with Yoda. And basically, long story short, he kind of goes into this cave of shadows. And again, you know, Yoda says to him, he's like, like, do not take your lightsaber in there. Like, it's like, take only what take only what you carry with you. Like, I know my Yoda voice is pretty damn good on. But anyways, what I was just gonna say here is, again, like this simple idea that when we go into the shadow, you see what you bring into it. And so if you bring, again, you know, kind of like the fear, you see the fear, but sometimes you need to see the fear, because that is a part of you, that is something that you need to make conscious to perhaps be able to heal as well. But yeah, again, you know, the shadow is a very, very, very powerful sacred mirror for us to be able to see ourselves. But anyways, let's keep moving along here. Ericka, I'm going to pass it over to you. Please feel free to introduce yourself and share a little bit about the spiritual wisdom of shadow from your perspective. Go ahead, Ericka, and you can gently unmute your microphone. And when you're ready, welcome and go right ahead. And if you can just tilt your camera down just a little bit, go right ahead.
My name is Ericka, and this has been absolutely amazing. I am full of like empathy and compassion, and almost just like the goosebumps, you know, I have with everybody's story. But I wanted to shout out to Jess and say congratulations on 1 year sober. That is absolutely amazing. So my shadow work, there's a couple things that I wanted to share. I have a very extreme opposites with my shadows, you know, just like everybody's been talking about with the light and the dark. But my darkness and my shadow is basically like 9-inch nails. You know, it's just the voices in my head. And then I have this warrior over here who's like reining in all these horses and just, you know, wants to take over and has this like bountiful light energy and wants to share it with the entire world and just, you know, spill out all this love. And it's a spiritual battle every single day inside of my head. And you know, I know you were talking about like a lot of the metaphors, but it's basically like, you know, are you going to feed the white wolf or are you going to feed the black wolf? Are you going to feed which neuropath are you going to feed in your mind? And every single day I have to, and I've done a ton of shadow work, and I've done a ton of, you know, years and years and years of it. And, you know, I had my, every ounce was full of rage and fear and terror. And I had to go through, you know, all the fact that what really helped me actually was breaking it down with inner child work. The inner child work allowed me to say, okay, you know, the rageful one who's 18, who's traveling the country drunk and, you know, all the, like, you know, just running wild, as the self I am today, I love you and I honor you and I thank you, and you're tired and you can rest now. You know, and before I realized that you know, I could love her. I actually went into this. It was like a group therapy thing that we went to, and he said, write a letter to, you know, part of yourself that you want to get rid of. And the rage and this specific, it was the addict in me. It's the addict, you know, I can't get drunk, I can't do drugs, and I want that part gone. And I wanted to burn her, you know, she's the problem, which obviously is like this, you know, schizophrenic thing, but it's the devil and it's God, it's the darkness and it's the light, it's the shadow, and it's just, you can name it whatever you want. And I wrote, I want to burn her, and I don't ever want another part of her again. I want her gone. And that was my intention going into this group. And afterwards, well, during it, it was an amazing experience that I had. And the love that I felt, it just immediately switched my whole perspective, and my spirituality launched. My channel was able to hold more light. You know, the cup was bigger. And so that's one way. Another thing I want to suggest is that during my shadow work, I had to have a lot of, I ran, like I ran, you know, I exercised and I ran. I wore my brain out because the insanity. But if my head was, you know, not before I learned like the stillness and the quietness and meditation, there's that limbo period when you're doing the shadow work where you're just kind of, you know, trying to do it all. And if I exercised, my mind would calm down and my heart would be still, and my gut would, I would be able to hear everything in tune with each other and be completely real with myself. Because when I did the shadow work and my mind was going, I lie to myself. I lie to myself, oh, they deserved it, or you can do this, or, you know, that's really not that big of a deal, or they hurt you and it's all their fault, and blah, 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 victim, 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 you know, and, but if I'm lined up spiritually, then I can ask those true questions. So that's all I got. Thank you guys for being here.
Wonderful, Ericka. Thank you so much. And again, just for everybody here, just the amount of strength that we've been able to encapsulate within this podcast, and Ericka as well. Just like for you being able to forward that, just like the gratitude for Jay and for everybody who can relate to that, and knowing that again, you know, like the strength of one is the strength of the collective. So Ericka, thank you for sharing your wisdom tonight. Beautiful. Awesome, team. All right, we're just going to keep passing along. We're going to pass it to CeeLo, and then from there we're going to get into some additional, again, just Ericka was already talking about it, you know, just ways to be able to work through these emotions and these energies, and how we can continue to alchemize, transmute, heal, whatever it may be, however we choose to define it. So I'm going to pass it over to CeeLo, and then from there we'll just kind of open it up into a little bit of popcorn style, and then we'll get into our meditation shortly after that. CeeLo, go ahead, briefly introduce yourself and share what you would like to bring to the circle.
Hello everyone, my name is CeeLo. I want to wish you all a happy full moon. I also want to honor all the stories from everybody who spoke before, because all of what you guys said is really powerful and really beautiful, and I honor that. I have a very short story. It's a little more lighthearted because this is a very deep, heavy topic, and you know, it could be hard to go through, but you mentioned a story earlier about bullies, and you know, what are we going to do when we're facing that situation? And when I was in elementary school, there was a bully that I was dealing with, and every day after class, I would hide from him. You know, I would avoid him, and this went on for years. And that's a lot of energy, you know, every day trying to avoid this bully. And so they were my bully up until middle school. And there was one day where we were in class, and he had said he was going to fight me after school. And you know, I was so scared. I was nervous. I was afraid, because I'm not a violent person. You know, I don't really get in a whole lot of fights. But it turned out that I met this person after class. I met this bully, and it was winter, so we were all wearing like our winter gear, our hats, and winter gloves and stuff like that. So then he starts fighting me, and he starts punching me, you know, in my body, punching me in my face, and all this, you know, violence that happened so quickly before a teacher came and broke it all up. And my heart was pounding. I was bursting with adrenaline. But then after all that receded, I realized that those punches were so soft. It felt like he had pillows wrapped around his fists, and they were just like softly touching my face. And then after that, this dude who was my bully for years, like you said, literally became my best friend. Like after that day, he made sure to talk to me. He wanted to be my friend. He wanted to hang out and do all this stuff because I faced him and, you know, took the punches, so to speak. I'm not saying, you know, maybe it's going to be soft punches every time. With trauma and the shadow, it's a lot. But I think that the fear of the trauma, the fear of the shadow, it takes a lot more energy, it takes a lot more time, and it's often far worse than just dealing with that trauma. And so that's all I got for you all. And I am grateful for the opportunity to be here and to listen to all your stories. And we're facing the shadow together, so happy to be here.
Beautiful. Awesome. Sorry, Mollie had a sign up there. Mollie, did you want to share your sign real quick? What did your sign say there? If it was relative. Sorry.
Reading it after the fact, it sounds like really inappropriate, but not at all how I intended it to come across. But it says some people love friction. Like some people love that feeling of like going up against something. And others of us really do not like that. Those are like conflict avoidant. Like think of it in that way. So like emotional friction, but also that was CeeLo. That was an example of like you gave somebody the like physical friction, like a sensory need, and then it allowed like to transcend to another type of relationship. That was awesome. Thank you.
Awesome. Mollie, I love your artsy expressions and the messages. For those of you who have been paying attention, if you go back and watch the recording, you'll see like Mollie with like these little signs up every now and then, or just like adding in some additional insights and perspective. And honestly, I love seeing the reactions from all of you, like in the top, and always know that like your like hands and all that stuff. It's always seen. It's always appreciated. It just helps hype up the space that we have here. So with that said, we're just going to get, again, kind of like into the closing part of the broadcast. And we always try to be able to provide our listeners here with practical information, because it's great to just be able to listen to this wisdom. But how do we apply it? How do we embody it? How do we take it beyond this, you listening to this, whoever you are, and thank you for listening to this, and bring it into something that can transform your life over the weeks to come? And so I'll just mention something real quick here. I think, again, when we are talking about the heavier things, ultimately, we're interpreting it through the lens of emotions. And so emotions are, again, something that we can think of as literally energy in motion, meaning energy in motion is what it's supposed to be doing. However, when the energy is not in motion and the energy stagnates, that's when we usually run into the challenges that could sometimes be resolved with much different solutions. So I think when we understand that when we have those days where we may be feeling, again, it's like, okay, like I'm feeling a little frustration, I'm feeling a little bit of anger, I'm feeling a little bit of stress, I'm feeling a little bit of animosity and jealousy, whatever it may be, being able to move that energy is so important. So again, there's many different ways to do this. Having community and being able to talk about it is a great way. Being able to express it through art, being able to do it through journaling is another way. And then I know everybody here probably has their own ideas, and I don't want to list all of them, but the one thing I'll just say real quick, the idea of physical movement is so powerful. So this is a very, very powerful idea, where actually this is something that was taught to me by someone who spent years studying this idea that what we recognize as trauma literally is something that becomes stored in our nervous system. Literally, this isn't a metaphor, this is literal. So the way how hold on, Molly, the body keeps score. So yeah, but Molly's on page with this. She knows exactly what this is. Again, the mind, body, and healing of trauma, absolutely. And Molly, I'll pass it again to anybody who wants to share, because I know there's valuable tips here. And however long we spend here is okay. I'm not going to rush into the podcast, into the meditation just yet. I appreciate everybody's patience, but this is super valuable stuff that we just want to hit upon. But just to give you a quick understanding, with the say for example, when this is the example that was told to me, in the animal kingdom, if a gazelle is getting chased by a lion, what will happen is that like that gazelle will get pretty scared, and then it will kind of like run. And then from there, like after the lion kind of like stops chasing it, its body will continue to keep kind of moving until it kind of like dispels that trauma. And still it literally builds up as a kind of like an adrenaline. There's like a biological as well as a physiological process that is happening. But evidently the nature of the gazelle has this process to make sure that whatever energy was kind of built up as a result of being scared and kind of being in, again, that dark space of uncertainty and everything like that, naturally moves through the gazelle by continuing to run until it is like ready to kind of stop. Other animals do this. You see dogs do this. When dogs get scared, they shake. They literally shake, and that's them kind of like moving the energy. We as humans have kind of been conditioned into this idea where when we deal with like anger and frustration and being scared, we usually lock up. Like that's something that we just like naturally do, and that's a part of the initial reaction. That's okay, but we need to be able to understand that the physical movement of literally being able to, say for example, literally being able to like dance is a great way, or literally being able to punch, or literally being able to squeeze things or hug things or engage with our hands, whatever it may be, is so incredibly valuable. And this is where, again, a friend of mine who helps people with this, it's healing people. It's somatic therapy, like somatic referring to like the body and everything. So when you what she does, she will literally talk to people, help them understand where their trauma may actually be being held in different parts of their body, and then she'll find a different physical movement and she'll be like, okay, let's do this. And it literally might be something as simple as just like screaming, like primal, like guttural dragon roars, lion roars. And for those of you who tune in for our meditations, which we do, you know this is something we do, because if you do this on the regular, even when you don't need it, it just keeps that energy moving, and it prevents it from stagnating and building up, which evidently can become like emotional energy blockages. And again, it's one of those things where you either deal with it in healthy ways as you consciously observe it arising, or if you don't, it will kind of build, and then it can turn into other ailments, which in themselves could be something that could be prevented. But if you don't prevent it at the time, maybe there's another lesson there to be able to say, hey, next time I'm going to be able to do this differently. But again, when it comes to those heavier emotions, go out for a walk, go play basketball, go run, go to the gym, go punch a punching bag, punch a pillow, scream. Those emotions, those ways of dealing with it are so important. I know a lot of us have kind of been taught to just kind of be like, oh, you know, like keep it to yourself, stop, you're making a scene and everything. No, you as a human need to be responsible. You need to know that that energy is something to move on the regular. And that's the thing. If you move this energy on the regular, it doesn't have to like build up to the point where it suddenly explodes out of you. physical movement is something that should literally be a daily part of our existence as humans, and this what helps keep the energy moving. It helps process things, and it helps, again, even what Ericka was saying, once we kind of move the body and go exercise, it allows us to kind of observe things from a clear perspective as well. It kind of can quiet things and dispels the energy and gives us a new lens to be able to perceive through. Okay, let's keep jumping around. Any other perspectives and stories or tips and tricks based on, you know, how do we help kind of like move through these like sort of shadow-ish energies? Justine, I'll pass it over to you, and then from there, who wants to go after Justine? Kaci. Okay, we'll pass it over to Kaci after Justine, and then from there we'll just keep bouncing around. Justine, go ahead. Any tips and tricks for the people tuned in? When you're ready, go right ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna try and just like rapid fire off everything that helped while I was in an actively traumatizing situation, and then in my healing period once I was not actively in that situation. And one thing I will say with the somatic stuff, yes, your body is storing things, but it is also very, 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 like, statistically, probably once, because that's how our world is, but like, this is not your situation, that you would be able to fully process and reintegrate everything while you're actively in danger from trauma. Like, you need to get safe and then you can heal to a different depth. So with that said, things that helped while I was actively in an unsafe in terms of trauma situation, journaling and then disposing of that journal entry immediately after it was done. Reading philosophy about stoicism, philosophy in general. You can easily hide that by just being like, I'm a nerd. That one helps a lot for kids in dysfunctional families. It's like, I'm not a Buddhist. What are you talking about? I'm reading all these philosophers. Look at my big stack of books. And another thing is being really mindful of what needs of yours you can meet. So is it possible for you to get your needs met in other ways? Are you feeding yourself good food? Are you staying hydrated? Are you spending more time in safe places when you can? The reason I recommend journaling so much is because it helps you define, okay, like, hey, this is the situation. Here's what I don't like about it. What are the parts of that you can influence versus not? And focus on influencing the things you can influence. And then being really hydrated, moving your body regularly, getting as good nutrition you can, getting as much uninterrupted sleep as you can. And then the other thing I would recommend is learning about the gray rock technique, like color gray, rock on the ground, gray rock. And also, one thing I used to do is if you can learn to meditate with your eyes open and you're in a situation where somebody's going to like yell at you or try to hurt you in some psychological way, you may be able to actually pull it off where you're meditating and in a safe space while somebody is trying to hurt you, which I would call like the 5D gray rock level up. I don't have a word for this, but it's something I learned to do when I was in a bad situation. Definitely helped me have my wits about me and sort of get enough steps ahead that I could get out of there. Okay, so once you are in a place where you've gotten help, you are no longer actively getting re-traumatized by contact with that situation, I highly, 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 highly recommend getting into some form of therapy with somebody who is qualified medically to help people with complex trauma, PTSD, somebody who has heard of Paul Walker, who knows, about these things stored in the body. If that's not accessible to you for whatever reason, even working with like a naturopath or Ayurvedic or Chinese medicine practitioner and say, I have a lot of stress stored in my body. I need to work on my cortisol. I need to work on my stress. All of these are methodologies you can use to engage medically, in a sense, to address what's going on for you. Because your trauma is going to be in your physical form, it's really important to take dedicated action to address that in some way. I also really recommend going deeper into your personal healing journey, whether that's you hire a coach, you hire a consultant, you hang out with us all the time, whatever that is for you. If you're someone who's battling addiction, finding a methodology for that is appropriate for you. You do not have to do a 12-step program if your body is screaming no. Generally speaking, just avoid, when you're at that first healing stage, you don't want to put yourself in any more situations that are going to make you feel shame. And if you feel shame, know that it's okay to feel guilty. It's okay to feel bad about something that you did, but you should never, ever, ever, this is the one should I'm going to give you, you should never feel shame, because shame is when you feel bad for being a person. And we are all equally incarnated on this earth with innate worth, okay? So if you're feeling shame, know that that's a healing journey, but don't re-traumatize yourself by putting yourself in a situation that gives you more shame. This could probably be a whole podcast in itself. But I love you all, and you know, that's some of my stuff. Yeah. I love you. It gets better.
Wonderful. Thank you, Justine. And Justine, please feel free to even like leave any recommendations or resources you might want in the YouTube comments, books, etc., authors, and then more people can even just take a look at that. And for anybody else who feels they might want to include some resources into the show notes for this, just make sure that we get those logged and either send me a direct message for those as well. And yeah, just hitting upon that, that's something that I think is so powerful. You know, do not let anybody shame you for dealing with your shadow. You know, like your shadow is your shadow. It is a part of your journey. You are on a path of healing. You're on a path of conscious awakening, call it what you will, but do not fall into this idea that you need to feel shame for carrying the shadows and healing the shadows and continuing to become a better version of yourself. And just keep working towards that. And again, keep focusing on your path, because that's the most important one for you. Kaci, we'll pass a thumbs up for you. Kaci, we'll pass it over to you, Kaci. All right, we're going to pass over to Kaci, one of our newer leading members. And Kaci, please feel free, add some, and yeah, nice warm welcome for Kaci and for everybody else here as well, and show some love. And Kaci, when you're ready, go ahead and add your thoughts into the circle as we continue to go. When you're ready, go ahead. Welcome.
All right. I am very, very thankful of being like able to talk to the team. I'm actually like dealing with my shadows right now with the whole like anxiety, or like I'm creating anxiety about talking, because as a child and like all that kind of stuff, children my age were supposed to be seen and not heard. And just trying to deal with that still. And I have like all the tools, all the communications to do it, but just trying to get like with that shadow and trying to move past it or like work with that shadow is very, very hard, but it's very rewarding at the very end. So just wanted to say that. And yeah, I don't know what else, but still working with shadows, and I'm still in this path. And I started really doing this in 2015 and decided to be a witch 2 years ago. So I'm still on the path and still very new at this. So I'm very grateful for everyone here. Yeah.
Wonderful. Awesome. And we're grateful to be able to have you here as well, Kaci. So thank you for sharing tonight.
Thank you.
Awesome. Wonderful. All right, team. We'll just keep moving along here. And sorry, who wanted to go next? Did we already figure that out? Gleb? Okay, we'll pass it over to Gleb, and then who wants to go after Gleb? Again, not everybody has to jump in. Pass it over to David, and then whoever else after that, and we'll just keep moving along here, and we'll get to the meditation. As soon as we're able to, we might have to keep the meditation a little bit shorter, but nonetheless, it'll be a good one. So, Gleb, go ahead. Let us know what tips and tricks related to dealing with shadow, etc., you'd like to share.
So, way back when I was not on my spiritual journey, it was a really good show that just kind of visually showed me what I was going through, which was terrific. It's called The Magicians. It's on Netflix. I guess it's on Netflix. Yeah, it's on Netflix. Sci-fi, it's the channel. But basically, that entire show goes through a group of young adults, more or less, that are going through tremendous amount of trauma, like basically like it doesn't show on the screen, but you can tell it in like their expressions, and the actors are phenomenal in that show. Anyway, the whole premise is that they go to a school, and then they find, in the second season, they find a world that's all magical, but it's all screwed up. So then like the people, the children of Fillory. Not Fillory. The Fillory is the land. That's what it's called. But the human children, they go to the magical place, and they apparently in the magical kingdom, the humans are royalty. Like they the ones that run the world in that universe. But it goes through archetypes. Like each character is an archetype. Like Quentin is the archetype of the fool. Alice is one of the most like talented magicians in the show, and she's the archetype of like wisdom and knowledge. Anyway, it just goes on and on like that, and it goes through like things of topics of like depression and mental illness, and even like shadow. Like that whole show is basically like uncovering people's shadow and showing it in like a fantastical way. That show literally saved my life almost. Like I'm not saying that I had like suicidal tendencies, but people that would very much benefit from that show, because it shows that some of the characters do inflict like self-harm, and they go through like terrible things, but then in the end, with the community that they have encountered and built within the school and like the world that they're in, helps them grow and become stronger magicians, and they can defeat monsters together. And whenever a character starts to go like on their own, they spiral down, and like it shows that we need that community to help us grow. Like that show is phenomenal. Just the first season alone, whoa, amazing. Just an awesome resource if you want to get like a visual stimulus of, and like if you can't find anyone in your own community, that show will help you heal and understand your shadow and your trauma.
Thank you, Gleb. And I've heard of that show. I've never checked it out, but you recommending that sparks my interest. So it might be something to be able to look into. And again, just hitting upon that theme that we've already mentioned before, but absolutely. And community, such a powerful thing. Just that idea of knowing that you are not alone. And for those of you who are tuned in case you need to hear it again, you are not alone. You are here. Let our strength be your strength. Let our vulnerability be your vulnerability. We are on this journey together. If one of us can do it, we can all do it. So again, just look to those on your left and right, and let that just like spark something inside of you to remind you that it's gonna be okay. And we're grateful you're here, and your journey is a very, very important part of this journey, and your story is bigger than you know. So all right, let's pass it over to David. And then who wanted to go after David? Again, team, keeping in mind we're getting close to the meditation, but I do want to give, I'm not in a rush here. So who wants to go after David? If somebody wants to, again, just be able to share some insights and tips and tricks for shadow related healing stuff. Zentia, we'll pass it over to you, and then Kristen, we'll pass it over to you. David, passing back to you. Go right ahead when you're ready, dude.
Hey, thanks again, man. Once again, I didn't think I introduced myself last time. I'm on all platforms at motivational_speaker. And that's Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. Okay. So much came up, and one thing that I was really noticing that was even coming up for me was the idea of non-judgment, the idea that so much of shadow integration is the releasing of judgment around a lot of things. Ironically, I think something that will really help is releasing the judgment of things that of things like the word shadow, right? Releasing judgments of things like the word trauma. All of these terms, I think, especially when you're coming from a sort of, a more materialistic mindset, a 3D headspace, they carry a lot of charge. I think it's important. It will help so many people sort of release a lot of the charge by realizing that they're just directional, right? Allow them to be these sort of open concepts that kind of give you a direction for, places you do need to heal, places that you can look at. But when we start releasing the judgments around them, they fade sort of into this sort of neutral information, and they become infinitely useful, right? You're not going to shy away from trauma because of your inherent judgments around it. Right now, it's just, once again, I've released that judgment, and now trauma is just information that you can become curious about. And I think, like, coming back to that, I guess another thing I actually did want to mention, though, also was the part of your journey spiritually is kind of flipping from this sort of cause and effect headspace, meaning the thing outside of me is affecting me, right? And is the cause, and I am the effect of that cause. Part of that journey is beginning to realize that you are the cause. And a lot of the time, that's going to start breaking down logic. So I think a really helpful thing to notice is that in your shadow work, what you're doing is I found that when I let go of having to know all of the answers, right? When I let go of having to have all of the whys, and it was my mom's, cousins, sisters, best friends trauma, when I let go of trying to write down and figure out all those conceptualizations and give that up to, higher power, whatever it is, the information, all of the detail just overflows out of me, right? It just comes. It's not. And I think a trap that a lot of people can fall into is thinking they need to figure out all of the trauma. I need to figure out all of the shadow. And if I don't chase this thing, I won't get the answers that I'm looking for. But this is a 3D sort of headspace. I need to have all of the stuff in order to fully understand. I have to know. The Tao says to know and to not know is the highest attainment, right? So to be okay with saying, you know what? I don't know what this is. I can feel this energy in motion. I don't know. What is it? And just becoming curious about it and knowing that you will know, or know, essentially, it rises from some depths of something that's so much bigger and so much grander. And I think getting comfortable with that, releasing judgment, allows the whole thing, the idea of shadow work integrating into your everyday life, because now everything's being viewed from that perspective. You're not adding a ton of meaning to everything, and you're just constantly curious. I really wanted to get that there, and thank y'all so much. This has been one of the most interesting, fun experiences I think I've ever had. So thank you.
Awesome. David, thank you again. I love that perspective, and 100% I agree with that idea of being able to see it as information, and knowing that, again, these experiences, like, in themselves, depending on how you perceive it, are neutral. It is neutral, but how you choose to be able to relate to it, interpret it, again, that's where what can be perceived as a quote unquote negative experience can lead to incredible, beautiful growth. Again, all relatively speaking. But yeah, I think that's very, very powerful when we start opening up our mind to being able to see things as information. And again, even just going back to the idea, how many people here in a very 3D concept are still in this idea where it's like, oh, this person made me angry, or this person made me sad, etc., etc. I think even when we started changing the language there, and I'm sure this isn't new for some of you, where it's like, it's not so much you are anger, you are experiencing anger, you are experiencing sadness. So again, it's kind of that step back. You get to be a little bit more of the observer, and when you're a little bit more of that observer, that's where, again, you reclaim a bit more of that sovereignty to be able to say, oh, hey, what does this emotion mean to me right now? How will I do it? How will I carry it? How will I responsibly deal with it, right? Because when you're in kind of that automated unconscious, that's where, again, kind of what we were talking about before, take that extra breath. There is always time for one more breath. So before you send that angry tweet, or before you say that thing you're going to regret, take that one more breath, slow down, and allow yourself to just bring in a little bit more of that mindfulness and consciousness into it. So, okay, let's keep moving around. If everybody here, if you're enjoying this broadcast, we still got about 40 people tuned in on YouTube, which is beautiful. Drop those 1111s down in the chat and show some love for all the amazing people that we've had on air tonight. And let's pass it over to Zentia, and then we'll go through whoever else would like to share, and then we'll get into our meditation. Zentia, go right ahead when you're ready.
I just wanted to bring in a few thoughts. One important practical thing for me is use of art. and meditation being understood as not just sitting in a still position, but painting, singing, fishing, anything that draws all your energy into one focal point. When you're going through these traumatic situations or exploring your shadow, rather, when you have that abundance of energy that you don't know what to do with, try one of your hobbies. Alchemize that energy, as you say, push it outward into the 3D so that it gets out of your body. It can be a scary thing to touch your trauma, depending on what the trauma is. It can be, very intimidating to face yourself. But when you add a little art to it, whether, as Mollie said, it comes out on the paper as something you would consider dark or something you would consider light, you're still moving it outward. Also wanted to draw attention to something what David was saying, something like what David was saying, taking the labels off of things. When I'm examining some of the situations I go through, I'll take the name off. Say it's a best friend, I take the best friend label off. If it's say it's my sister, I take the sister label off and I say, okay, I'm feeling this, and this is why I'm feeling it, and then I can let it go more easily. If you taking it personal, not trying to take the outside world so personal, because that can create new shadows for you that you don't need. That's another way of taking on someone else's shadow, actively in the moment, and integrating the response instead of pausing. Instead of reacting to somebody immediately. So if you can just take a moment, drop those labels off, and just be you, just be an energy for that moment and see how it's affecting you and how you can move past it. I think that will help you a little bit with your shadows.
Wonderful. Awesome. Thank you, Zentia. So much wisdom just being shared here, so much value. And with that said, we're going to pass it over to Kristen. One little tidbit I want to just be able to tell you, for everyone here, this is a big paradigm shift. So again, the anger, the rage, the sadness, all those things that we associate as like negative energy, they themselves are not the problem. The problem is our resistance to them. Think about that for a little bit. Kristen, pass it over to you. Maybe you want to bounce off that or add in your own thoughts when you're ready. Go right ahead.
Why am I not surprised? It's literally what I was about to say. You have to feel it to heal it. It's that old saying you always come back to. But, if you feel like you need to cry, cry. If you feel like you need to yell, then yell. If you feel like you need to sleep, then go to sleep. Listen to your body. It's going to tell you how best to manage through your shadows. And whenever you're going through shadow work, it's so important to listen to your body. So, and then honoring the fact that you feel that way, and then allowing yourself to actually create the action to follow through with that emotion of energy that you've created. And then something I like to do in my own practice, I'll share with you guys. Anytime I get done having a feel it to heal it session is what I call, like if I just got done crying really hard or screaming in my pillow or whatever it is that I need to do, when I'm done and I feel like I've fully have released all of that energy from my body, I sit down and I meditate and I focus on that energy, because you've released it from your body and then you can transmute it into positive energy and bring it back into your being. So I highly recommend just release what you need to release and then call back in your power, and know that you have the ability to do that.
Awesome. Wonderful. Thank you, Kristen. Not sure if we figured this out. Who would like to jump in next? Who just wants to be able to add in some Mollie? Yeah, you're ready. If Mollie, okay, Mollie, and then Curtis, and then anybody else. After that, we'll do it. And again, just another quick piece of advice. Just I mean, we've kind of said it, but we didn't directly cite it. Nature. Go spend time in nature. Hug more trees. You're not hugging enough trees. Go hug trees. Spend time in nature. Because again, like the biorhythms of those energies help you circulate that, and again, just kind of tap you into this natural like calmness that nature exudes. That's another thing we can talk a little bit about, the idea of like co-regulation and being able to co-regulate both with nature and with another person as well. Mollie, pass it over to you, and any additional ideas and things. Go ahead when you're ready, Mollie.
I was not intending to speak, but you.
Oh, okay.
But
go.
The comment about reconnecting with nature and trees, and knowing that we're like wrapping up. And I know that these paradigm shifts often leave people with like, whoa, so much new ways of thinking about myself and the world and the way I'm experiencing it. And what do I do now? I would like to put it out there that I run groups to process all of this type of stuff. I'm a licensed social worker, and I love to process with creativity. And I recognize the power in community. So this is something that I've been doing virtually, and I will share my info with that. But the reason that I have to plug that, which I was not intending to do, was I did an art therapy, a group art therapy experience where the goal was everybody is creating a tree with whatever materials you have, but it just guided through a philosophical discussion about how, as humans, we are like trees, or what, characteristics of trees remind us of our humanity and our ability to stay connected with the parts of us that are below the surface. And perhaps that's a way of thinking about our shadow. And I'll drop my mic there.
Absolutely, right? Yeah, absolutely. Again, this idea that shadow is, from one point of view, merely a perspective, right? So I mean, again, you look at the tree, as above so below. The roots which are hidden are equally as important, and that's where we get our nutrient, that's where we get our strength. So it's the shadows within our stories that give us the nutrients that give us the life that will ignite the growth for the branches up top, etc., etc. Okay, let's keep passing around. We'll pass over to Curtis. Who wanted to go after Curtis after that? And again, at this point, we're pretty much getting into just kind of closing comments before our meditation, but we'll still have time after the meditation for any additional stuff. And then also, again, for those of you sticking around, if you're feeling like you're wanting to add into the meditation, we'll coordinate for that as well. So anybody after Curtis? I mean, I Kristen wanted to go again after Curtis. Okay, Kristen's got another piece, and anybody else, just go ahead and let us know. Okay, Curtis, go ahead, pass it over to you when you're ready.
Thank you. I wanted to talk about, the last thing I want to talk about was the battle between these problems that we have and internalizing them, how dark it can get, just going in and trying to meditate. And that battle within all these other external forces that you have, that can be won within your battle, and that could create such a blissful state of being. And then all of a sudden you're going back out in the world, and those problems keep coming up, but you're able to solve through them with some sort of it's done, and it's solved. And I just wanted to say, when you're passing through you're breaking through the thresholds, and you find more stuff about yourself, you evolve to the Super Saiyan, but you can't really handle, you're gonna get lost again. And that's what I believe, that meditation and battling through these intense things, these emotions and stuff, they get more and more just there, they become more real. And as you learn to meditate and deal with them in your internal, you gain access to the blissful state of being and harmonize the world around you.
Awesome. Wonderful. Thank you, Curtis. Yeah, such a powerful thing for all of us, just to be able to, again, literally, like I said, going back to how we started the broadcast, to make the unconscious conscious, to open our mind to see things from a higher perspective. An old version of ourselves might have just seen these things come up, and we would just see it through the lens of our anger and through the lens of our frustration. But again, what happens when we can start seeing it through the lens of curiosity, understanding, gentleness, calmness, kindness for ourselves first and foremost. And I think that by the end of this broadcast, be gentle with yourself is such a powerful message for us to be able to leave here, and don't feel that, again, it's just like, I'm failing at my shadow work. Here are these other people, they got all their shift figured out, and I'm still, just struggling and trying to keep my head above water. It's like, no, it's okay. And understand that this is actually very, very powerful. There will be points within your journey where as strong as you are as an individual, you are not meant to do it by yourself. So when there come the moments where you're just like, I need help, do not see this as a point of weakness. See it as something very true within your heart. Because what will often happen is you reaching out and you saying, hey, I need help, I need assistance, will also open up a door for somebody else to be able to help step into a role where they can help facilitate as a healer, as a space holder, as a friend, whatever it may be. So again, do not feel that asking for help makes you weak in any way. Going back to what Kristen was saying, we'll pass it over to her. Such a powerful thing to be able to listen to what you need. And once you get better at listening to what you need, you get better at responding to those needs in a more timely fashion. So if you feel like you need help, reach out. You know, maybe it will be reaching out to some of the people here, reach out to professional people that can help you. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Please do it. It is not an act of weakness. It is an act of self-love. So just wanted to be able to put that out there. So Kristen, go ahead, passing it over to you.
Beautiful. Yes, absolutely. The importance of community and shadow work go hand in hand. That support is so necessary to help you ensure that you feel like you're not alone. And the one thing I did just want to say too, when connecting with nature, a really powerful tool can be water. Like, it's really simple, right? But like connecting with water, running water, streams. If you can't get outside, take a bath or take a shower, immerse your body in water, and that can really help you transmute a lot of those negative, overwhelming energies as well. So that was my.
Absolutely. No, that's a great way of thinking of it as well. Again, you know, just connecting with all the elements, you know, go sit around a bonfire, go light some candles, make a nice little evening for yourself, go run out in the fields, go feel the wind on your face. Like the nature in itself is like, it loves you. It loves you. It loves you. It loves you. When you get out there in nature, you can feel it. You can literally feel that love on so many different layers once you kind of open yourself up to it. So, for everybody here, I feel like we all just need to give ourselves a hug. Can we all just like, is that a thing? Can we just like do that for a second as we get closer to wrapping it up here? Everyone just go ahead. I'm just going to just kind of invite you to just take a few breaths here. I'm just going to stop talking and just give yourself a nice big squeeze or gentle releases and relaxes as you feel called. Go ahead. And just speak gently to yourself right now. What do you need to tell yourself right now? Beautiful. Let's just do a couple breaths here. You can gently release your hug when you feel called. You can do it now. You can do it in another moment. And let's just do a few breaths where we do a nice big inhale and an exhale with a bit of a sigh. So inhale together. Exhale. Another one of those. Inhale. And one more for good luck. Inhale. Beautiful. Gently open your eyes, return your awareness to the space around you. Awesome. And so again, we're getting close to moving into our meditation, but absolutely, you know, doing things such as meditation, such as breath work, super, super valuable as well. And even again, you know, the physical massage, the gentle massages, this is something that we usually do during our morning meditations. If you guys haven't given yourself a massage, do some gentle EFT, emotional freedom tapping, open up those energy channels. Again, this is like straight up what we usually recognize as like lethargy and just kind of feeling unmotivated and things. Usually the immediate solution to that is to freaking move your body. Like, get up and dance and listen to your favorite song and then tell me how you feel after that, because I guarantee it'll just like, yeah, as we just like, oh, and by the way, team, as I'm just gonna keep dancing here. That's cool with me. You guys can just keep dancing too. the broadcast that we're gonna do later at the end of the month, not on August 31st, because that's obviously Halloween and it's a full moon, but a few days before that, on the Thursday before that, is going to be our special Halloween like party thing event. So get ready to dress up for that. We're gonna be like having some sort of like Halloween shindig or whatever. I don't even know what it's gonna be, but definitely dress up for it. So anyways, you guys can go ahead, just do some like nice little inhale exhales Exhale, go. Shake out the body. Do another one of those and keep doing more if you feel it. Inhale. Beautiful. Awesome. All right, team. Like I said, we're almost at the meditation part. For those of you who have tuned in throughout this journey, my goodness, bonus points to each and every single one of you. We did not expect this broadcast to go this long, but here we are nonetheless. And this is, again, something that will be something that we create with the intention to be able to help spark your spirit, to nurture your heart, and to be able to inspire you on your journey. And maybe there's something here that will continue to just like be kept in a very special place within your heart, and hopefully it shifts your paradigm, and hopefully it in some way changes how you might show up for somebody else as well. As everybody's still like dancing right now. I know, right? We've been sitting down for like 3 hours. I don't blame you guys, right? So if you're listening to this broadcast, please feel free to like stand up and dance and do yoga as you need to. Do that every single day as an act of self-love. Every single day. See, that's the thing, right? Like every single day, do something as an act of self-love. Be it a gentle bath, be it movement, be it, again, meditation. For those of you who may be new here, we have team meditations that we do Monday to Friday at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, meaning, yes, we have one tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. that I'll be doing, but leading members in the community also do it on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then I do it on Monday. Make sure you're connected to our team Discord channel. So if you're not already connected to our Discord, I'm going to post a link in the YouTube chat. It's already in the info on YouTube. Make sure you're connected there, especially if this is your first time. If it is your first time, drop another 333 in the chat, because this is a beautiful community. So many amazing leaders and creators, and we're here to be able to support each and every single one of us on our own unique hero's journey, on our own unique journey of alchemy, call it what you will. And again, you can connect on Discord either with the Discord mobile app, or you can type in that exact link on desktop and that will take you to the Discord and you can access it there as well. Again, we're just going to get close to wrapping it up, but I just wanted to be able to see wrapping it up with any sort of like tips and tricks relative to stuff. Did anybody else have anything to say? I think everybody's kind of, we've kind of done this. Okay, I think we're okay. Thumbs up, everybody's ready to move into the meditation. So okay, so with this meditation, I've got a very particular version of the meditation that fits in with the theme that what we're gonna do. I just want to be able to check in, and honestly, if it's just because I know it's getting late, right? So I just want this to kind of be like kind of a quick one. If it's just me, that's okay. But if anybody's like, I would love to be able to kind of like add and speak from my heart in the meditation, let me know. Maybe it'll just be a couple people who really wants to kind of like, if you guys were here for the August 27th, you know what I'm talking about. Who wants to kind of like jump in and speak from their heart during the meditation? Give me a hands up. Mollie and Kristen and Curtis. Okay, we'll play it by ear. Okay, so again, for everybody here, what we're gonna do a meditation, and this is a very, very powerful story meditation. How it's gonna start off, this is regular standard routine where we are going to imagine a light from the center of our chest. This is gonna move throughout our body. We're gonna relax all of our limbs, all of our different parts of our body. If you want to listen to this lying down, I know it's late, it's up to you. I would encourage you to do it at least sitting up. That way, so maybe you don't fall asleep, but it's up to you. You listen, because I know some of you are listening to this late at night. But yeah, ideally don't fall asleep during this, but it's up to you. So after we kind of do this visualization of the light through our body, what we're going to do is we're going to imagine ourselves going to what we refer to as the nexus waypoint. This is just kind of a jump point where we go through a portal, and then this portal is going to take us to the life tree, to the guardian tree, to the dream tree, the world tree, call it what you will. For those of you who are here in previous meditations, you know this is actually a common thing that we go back to within our team meditation practice. Imagine this as this beautiful, magnificent tree. We go here in dream space, we go here in meditation, we're in it within our imagination, and we will gather around this tree. And once we are gathering around this tree, that's where we're going to kind of visualize all of us sitting here together, and then that's where I'm going to lead you into a little bit of a story. And I'm not going to tell you what it is just yet, but I've done this meditation before. It's a very powerful meditation, and I'm doing it with intention. And then from there, this is where, for those of you who had your hand up, this is where you would come in. What I'm going to do from there is I am gently going to finish doing my part of the meditation, and then I'm going to pass it over to each and every single one of you, and you are just going to practice kind of speaking from your heart and just kind of speaking words of encouragement and blessing and just wisdom, whatever it may be in that moment. And just, short and sweet is totally fine. So I just need to be able to figure out the order for it. So hands up again. Who wanted to be able to jump in? I know Mollie. Okay, there's Mollie still there. Okay, so Curtis, Mollie, Kristen, and Gleb. Okay, so what we're going to do. Okay, so let's do it with, I'm going to pass it to, I'll pass it to, okay, I'm going to pass it to Kristen. So I'll do it, and then I'll pass it to Kristen, because Kristen's done this before, so I know she's a little bit more familiar with it. And then from there, I'll pass it over to Curtis. So Curtis will be second, and then from there we'll pass it over to Gleb. Gleb, you'll get a feel for it as we do it, and then we're going to pass it over to Mollie, and Mollie, by at that point, you'll also get a feel for it as we do it, and then I'll just add in like a little tiny thing at the end. Again, this won't be like super epic. I don't have like music all queued up. I have a little bit of music, but it's not going to be like totally like the August 27th one. Again, also honoring the fact that I'm sure a lot of us are getting quite tired, so we're going to try and keep this one relatively concise. But at this point, I would just invite everybody to just get themselves nice and comfortable. If you want to just like find a place where you can set up some pillows, get yourself all situated, get some water, grab some crystals, put on your wizard hoodie, whatever it may be. And in the next moment, we'll get things all set up and we'll lead ourselves into this meditation. And so this meditation in total, we'll try to keep it within a half hour, I would say. But again, time is an illusion, so don't even worry about it, right? So anyways. All right, team. For those of you in the YouTube chat, thank you so much for joining in. We'll do a post wrap up after this. If you're ready to be able to dive into this meditation with us, drop an 1111 in the chat as we move into this meditation. This meditation is designed to be able to help look at parts of ourselves and to be able to help send them love. So as we move into this, if there are parts within this meditation where you feel like there's emotions coming up, where you feel like crying, that is okay. You're in a safe, sacred space to do it. Those emotions, those sacred waters, we honor them, we see them. This is all about just being able to send love to all of those parts of ourselves. So beautiful to see those 1111s in the chat. And keeping everybody on mute. I'll probably bring up a little bit of meditation music as we do this, so you guys will be able to hear that in the background. And then from there, I'll do the introduction, body scan, go to the portal thing, go to the life tree, sit around the circle, and then we'll get into the story meditation, and then we'll pass it over to Kristen, then Curtis, then Gleb, then Mollie, and then I'll finish it off, and then we'll wrap it up, and then we'll be on our way. So beautiful. Awesome. All right, everyone, get nice and comfortable, and yeah. Thank you again, everyone, so much for showing up. So beautiful. So again, just find a nice, comfortable place for you to be able to relax. Throughout this meditation, try to maintain stillness to the best of your ability. If you aren't, that's fine. But the more you're able to drop into stillness, the more you'll kind of be able to drop into this like imagination and this heart space. Very, very powerful thing. So, okay. All right, thank you again, everyone. So with that said, let's just take a moment here. Just give a nice little, if you need to just like shake, do a quick little stretch, whatever you need to do. I know a lot of us have just been like sitting still for a little bit. Let's just do that real quick. Beautiful. Okay. And with that said, we will begin the meditation now. When you are ready, gently close your eyes. As you listen to my voice, begin to bring awareness to your breath. Soft, gentle inhales and soft, gentle exhales. Continuing to find this natural rhythm, feeling the moment the inhale meets the exhale meets the inhale, the yin and the yang within the rhythm of your own breath. Continuing to breathe here, gently straighten up your spine, open up your chest, relax your face. Breathing here with each exhale, just giving your nervous system permission to relax. And we will begin by imagining a light at the center of our chest. This can be a white light, a golden light, a blue, purple, green, whatever color you feel in this moment that resonates with you. Maybe it's even more than one color. And this light will move through our body, and as it moves through our body, we'll gently allow each of those parts of our body to relax. We'll just, again, filling us with this light, filling us with this love, filling us with this consciousness. So breathing here, feeling this and feeling this light, imagining this light moving through your chest, moving through your shoulders, down your arms, your elbows, your forearms, all the way down through your hands. Feeling this light moving down through your torso, through your ribs, your stomach, your hips, your groin, your legs, all the way down through your knees, your thighs, right down to your shins and your feet. And again, as this white light or whatever color light fills these parts of the body, like filling a cup with water, you're filling yourself up with consciousness and giving parts of those body permission to relax. Feeling this light moving up through our spine, through our back, all the way up through our neck, through the back of the head, through the face, right to the top of the crown. And this light surrounds our body, encasing us in this beautiful light. This light that again will guide us, will protect us in whatever context you imagine that, will be with us, will support us, will love us throughout this meditation. And so just visualizing this light around our body, in our field, in our aura. Beautiful. In this moment, we will gently imagine ourselves on the Nexus platform, the Nexus waypoint. Imagine this as like a platform floating in space or floating in hyperspace. You can see the nebulas floating in the sky above you. And on this platform, we're going to create a little portal in front of us, purely with our imagination. And this portal will take us to the life tree, the guardian tree. And so use your hands within your imagination and create this little portal. Now this portal appears in front of you, but before you step into it, take a moment here just to be able to decide what it is that you would like to wear. So just kind of dress your character in this moment. Something that you can literally do just in a few breaths. Something nice and comfortable, something that's a little bit of a festive vibe, a little bit of a fairy vibe, a wizardy vibe. Don't even need to think about it too much. And so imagining whatever it is that you choose to be able to address your avatar in this moment, and seeing this portal before us, we will walk through this portal as simple as we walk through a door. So when you are ready, go ahead and gently step in through this portal. Go ahead and do that now. Add in your own sound effects here. And so as you arrive out the other side of the portal, you arrive at the base of a hill leading up to the guardian tree, and you see this beautiful, magnificent tree looking down on you as it stands high above the horizon, its branches expanding in all directions. And you look towards your left and your right, and you see other portals opening as other light guardians, other shifters, members of this community arrive through these portals. And in this moment, imagine yourself slowly walking up the hill towards this tree and just being in awe of this beautiful tree. It has this beautiful glow to it, this iridescent shimmer. You can see the literal aura off this tree, this deep wisdom connected with it. This tree connects to the heart of Gaia itself, to all corners of the dream, feeling the magic of it. And so as you walk further up the hill, all of us coming together, gathering around the tree, you look to your left and your right again, and you see all these familiar faces, all of us here gathering with intention and celebration in community. And you take another moment just to be able to express your gratitude for all of these friends, these family members, this tribe that we are here as together. And in this moment, finding a comfortable place for you to gently sit down as we all sit in a circle around the tree. And as we sit here in this circle, you can imagine me somewhere on the edge of the circle, maybe across from you, maybe even next to you. And just as I'm talking now, I am talking here in this circle with us together. as we prepare to move into this next level of the meditation, continue to connect with your breath here as you look up in awe of the tree. Connecting with the gratitude in your heart. Thanking everyone again for being here. Feeling this love, feeling this kindness, feeling this magic. And so from here, I invite each of us to go on a bit of a journey together. A journey into deeper parts of ourself. A journey into the symbolic nature of the energies that we carry. And as we sit around in the circle underneath the love of this beautiful tree and in this circle of community, imagine in this moment as I invite you to meditate within this meditation. Yes, it's kind of like meditation. And imagine yourself closing your eyes here as you sit around the circle. And from here, I will guide you through this next story of the meditation. And so, listening to my voice, I invite each and every single one of us from a place of love to invite ourselves to imagine us dropping deep into our depths. Imagine yourself dropping into a depth of void space, of shadow, of darkness, not in a scary way, but more so in a way where you're descending down to the surface, something that is deep, deep, deep within inside of your being. Imagine yourself floating, suspended, almost as if you are simply floating to the bottom of a swimming pool. You are safe, you are loved, you are protected. And you are floating down, surrounded by this darkness, this shadow, this void space. And down below you, you see a small little patch of white light, kind of like a spotlight. And you slowly make your way down towards this light. And as you arrive down at this light, you see before you two wolves. Before you, on your left-hand side, there is a white wolf. And on your right-hand side, there is a dark wolf. And these wolves are enacting their nature. And in this moment, these wolves, they are fighting each other. They are in conflict. And you stand there observing them. Each of them tussling and wrestling with each other. Something that they have been doing for eons, something that has existed for ages. And in this moment, you walk up towards these wolves, and within your heart, you separate them. You move the white wolf to the left and the black wolf to the right. And now, with these two wolves standing before you, understand that each one of them is a symbol for the light and the shadow within us. And our intention within this practice is to be able to meet both of them with love. And through this story, to be able to touch deeper parts of our own heart. And so once these wolves have stopped fighting each other and snarling and growling, you separate them with your will. And you look towards the white wolf on your left hand, and you walk up to it. And you see this wolf, and this wolf represents the things inside of you that you are proud of, the things inside of you that you love easily, the things inside of you that you associate with smiles and laughter and good time and celebration and family and friends and joy, and all the things that you wish you could just do all day long that bring you into your highest excitement. And with this wolf, you lean down in front of it as you bring yourself down onto your knees or just kneeling before it. And you look at this wolf and you look at within its eyes. And even in this moment, if you want to even just put your hands on your heart, you are going to take this opportunity to be able to connect with this wolf. And to be able to speak to it, to be able to speak to it with kindness, to be able to speak with it with gratitude. And so you gently reach out, and this wolf almost smiles back at you as you take your hand and you rub your hand around its ear as it kind of nuzzles itself into your palm. And maybe you even move so close that you might even put your forehead against the wolf. And in this moment, I will stop talking, but I invite you to be able to speak to this white wolf inside of you, this wolf that you associate with light, with love, with kindness, with courage, with artistic expression, with excitement, whatever you associate with it within this moment. And allow yourself to connect with this wolf and speak to it. And as you do, see all those parts within yourself, celebrate them within those moments. I'll stop talking here, but just allow yourself to be in this moment with this wolf and just speak to it from a deep place of gratitude. Do this for the next few moments. Go ahead and speak to your white wolf. Beautiful. And so in this moment, imagine yourself maybe even gently giving a hug to this wolf, thanking it for being a part of your story. And from there, you gently stand up, and now you look to the other wolf standing there on its own, this dark wolf, this black wolf, this shadow wolf. And here we remind ourselves of this story of which wolf wins. The one you feed is what we've been told. But perhaps there is another story, one that we can relate to on another level. Maybe it's not simply about feeding one or the other, but what happens when we meet both with kindness and compassion? And so this is the moment within your meditation where I invite you to feel any tingling sensations, any emotions that may rise. For now, with a courage in your heart, you walk towards this other wolf. And this wolf is ferocious. This wolf is angry. This wolf looks at you with a piercing glare in its eyes, and it snarls and it spits. And you're scared. There is a part of you that reacts in this moment, for this wolf is the parts of your story that perhaps you are not excited to look at, that perhaps you are not excited to be able to sit with. And so in this moment, I invite you to be able to connect with a deep courage within your heart, knowing what must be done in this moment. Allowing yourself to take some deep breaths here. And as this wolf is snarling at you and barking at you in this moment and glaring its teeth, you, with courage and kindness in your heart, bring yourself down onto your knees. And you look this wolf in the eyes. And what do you see? You see the parts of yourself. You see your shadow. You see your struggles. You see your challenges. You see the parts within your story where you wanted to give up, where you thought it was pointless, where you thought you were worthless, where you believed what the bully said, where you hurt, where you cried, where you begged. All of those emotions carried deep within this wolf. And yet here you are, before it, not ignoring it, but meeting it with kindness. And so in this moment, inviting you to gently lift your hands up towards the wolf's face and not touching it yet. For as you put your hand up to the wolf's face, the wolf, it snaps at it. And you react to it. You're scared. Rightfully so. This is not an easy thing for you to do. And yet, as you in your heart know what must be done, you must look this wolf in the eyes. And you must seek to remind it that it is something that is equally worthy of love, that is equally worthy of kindness. And so what does this dark wolf, what does this shadow wolf, what does it show you? It shows you all the parts in yourself that maybe you've tried to ignore, the parts of yourself that you have a hard time loving, that you've struggled with healing, yet evidently are a part of your story. And in this moment, a wave of calmness rolls over you like water. Your hand moves closer to the wolf's face. And the wolf in this moment, it still snarls. It is not making this easy for you. And yet, the exact moment when your hand touches its fur on the side of its face, the wolf changes. Something shifts within it. Feel that exact moment. Feel the texture of the wolf's fur within your hands as you gently place your hand on the side of its face. And now, the wolf, its ears go back, its eyes open wider. And here within this moment, this is where the tears might start rolling. Because you see yourself in this wolf. Not something less than, not something worse than, but something that is equally worthy of love. And so in this moment, if you are crying, then let yourself cry. If you are feeling, then let yourself feel, and you see yourself looking back at you through the eyes of this wolf. All the parts of your story, all the parts of yourself. The shadow, that which is hidden. And yet in this moment you meet it with a deep courage. And the wolf begins to relax. And you begin to relax with it. And it matches your rhythm. And here within this moment, maybe you bring two hands up as your other hand touches the other side of the wolf's face, and you look within its eyes, and this wolf almost melts in your hands like a puppy. No longer this ferocious beast, but rather something that was simply misunderstood. All these years, thinking it would go away if we simply never fed it, when really all we needed to do was love it. And in this moment, I invite you, as we did with the white wolf, to speak to it, to speak to your shadow wolf, to speak to it with kindness, with gratitude, with compassion, with understanding. And in this moment, if you choose, gently imagine putting your forehead against the forehead of the wolf. And as you do this, you may feel energy moving through your body. You may feel your heart opening. Straighten up your spine, open up your chest a little bit more. Feeling any feels within you in this moment. What do you have to say to your shadow wolf that will holographically change your life in this moment forward? Something that can heal a part of you that has been deep inside of your story. I'll stop talking here and speak to your shadow wolf with kindness, with compassion, with love. What do you have to say to your wolf in this moment? And by all means, continue to imagine yourself. You can hug it, you can pet it, you can squeeze it, whatever you need to do, do that. Continue here for the next few moments. Go ahead. Continuing to breathe. If you feel like you need to physically hug yourself, wrap your arms around yourself in this moment, please, by all means, hug yourself as if you are hugging that wolf right now. Keep talking to it. There's something this wolf has to say to you. Continue here for the next few moments and simply talk to it. And maybe in this moment, maybe the white wolf comes over and all of you hugging each other together, connected through this deep space of heart, healing, of compassion. Allow this wolf to speak to you. It has something very important to say. Continue here for the next few moments. And so, as you gently breathe here, feel a wave of energy, a wave of love, a wave of calmness, just bathing in this energy. And you just look at the eyes of this wolf. You just see this deep compassion, this deep gratitude, and you look at it with the same gratitude in return. And so take another moment here as we get close to wrapping up this story. Give your wolves a hug. Squeeze them tight. Integrate them inside of you. Let this story change you. How will you continue to meet both your wolves with compassion? And how will that continue to transform who you are becoming. And so in this moment, you can gently just kind of imagine yourself rising to your feet, and the wolves, both of them, are just kind of like acting like puppies around you now, dancing around you, no longer fighting with each other, but more so just playing, and you're playing with them in this moment. And just allow them, maybe they even like roll on the ground with you and they lick your face with their big wolf tongues. Oh my goodness. And they lick away your tears in this moment. And so just feel this love, feel this kindness, feel this compassion. And thank your wolves, both of them. Both of them. And gently, when you are ready here, imagine yourself standing back up. And now, right where you are, there is a mirror. With the both wolves on your side, you will walk towards this mirror. And as you do, the wolves simply begin to not disappear, but integrate. They become a part of you, as they always were. And as you walk closer to this mirror, in the reflection, you do not simply see your human form, but instead, you see yourself as a gray wolf, as a silver wolf, integrated, unified, whole. And so take a moment here as you look at yourself in the reflection and you feel this energy of this gray wolf, inviting it to be a part of your story from here on forward if you choose. And taking one more moment and speak to yourself as you look in the mirror. What do you have to say to yourself in this moment? And then slowly we will return ourselves back to the awareness of the tree. Go ahead and speak to yourself in the mirror as this beautiful gray silver wolf. What do you say to yourself right now? Wonderful. Whatever you said to yourself, it might be something you might want to write down after this meditation. But for now, let us slowly begin to bring our awareness back to the space of being up and around the tree. And so you can imagine yourself kind of lifting back up out from the surface of this dark within you, and slowly integrating your awareness back to the body that you are in, sitting around this tree. And now within your imagination, you gently imagine opening your eyes, keeping your physical eyes closed, but opening your eyes, and you see the tree. Ah, the familiar tree. And you look to your left and your right, and you see your friends. You see this tribe. Each of us having just gone on this journey together, and you see people, and oh yeah, there's sacred waters in all of our eyes right now, and that's okay. And you see the wolf inside of them. You see the sacred story ignited within them. And so from here, I'm going to speak for just a few more moments, and then we will pass it over to Kristen. And so within our imagination, you can imagine me gently standing up from the edge of the circle as I walk into the inner circle that we have here around the tree. And I look up at the tree, and in this moment, I speak from my heart. And as I do, you can allow yourself to simply connect with your heart, connect with the vibes, connect with the blessings. Speak any blessings from your heart. O great tree, guardian tree, tree of life, thank you. Thank you for your deep roots that live within the shadows, that bring forth the nourishment to enrich our souls. Thank you for the branches that you kiss the moon, and thank you to the moon in this moment for being there as a witness to our growth. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, Father Sky. May all of us continue to awaken to more of who we are. May all of us continue to become what we are born to be. Thank you for giving us the courage. Thank you for giving us the blessings and the lessons for us to be able to ignite this spark within our hearts so that each and every single one of us can continue to do our parts. For the wolf within me sees and honors the wolf within you. And in this moment, I invite you to let out a little bit of a howl as we howl to the moon. Go ahead and make some noise while still meditating. And so the light guardian in me honors the light guardian within you. Thank you for carrying this energy and transforming all that you do. And here I invite Kristen to be able to take the talking stick as I pass it to her, for her to be able to speak from her heart as she wishes. Kristen, when you are ready, gently unmute your microphone. And for everybody here, keep holding space, sending those good vibes, add a little movement to your body, festival vibes igniting within your heart, feeling the full moon, see the full moon, see the tree, feeling that love. Kristen, when you're ready, passing it over to you. Go right ahead, Kristen.
Beautiful. And in this moment, I invite you to connect with your breath. And on the inhale, I invite you to imagine breathing in acceptance and love. And on the exhale, release fear and judgment. So on the breath in and release. Beautiful. Another breath in, breathing in that love deep into your lungs, seeding it into your body. Breath in. And release that fear and judgment. One more deep breath in, breathe in that love. And release. Now I invite you to imagine your shadow self standing as a mirror in front of you, and send the shadow gratitude for all the wisdom that it has imparted upon you, and connect with it and share this love from your heart. Share the gratitude for everything it has shown you and all the wisdom it has brought into your life. For you would not be who you are today without this beautiful shadow. And if you feel called, take this beautiful shadow mirror and dance with it and play with it and share this beautiful space, and know that you would not be whole without it. And I'll happily pass the talking stick along to the next beautiful speaker.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kristen. And with that said, Curtis, we will pass it over to you and go ahead and continue to practice speaking from your heart. Any blessings for the group? Curtis, when you're ready, go right ahead.
I want everyone to sit and pay attention to their breath. Visualize your heart as an engine of light, as an engine of a magnetic and electromagnetic field around you, as your mind is too, as a smaller version. And you can see a three-dimensional sine wave pulsing around your body. visualizing your body moving up into the sky. We see our light body shine bright in the eternal flame. Feel your body and your eternal self. Know that you are eternal. Know that you are perfect in all ways as the pattern of creation. Understand that eternity exists within what you are, and your time here on earth is very important. Thank you, and I will pass the talking stick.
Beautiful. Thank you, Curtis. And again, just all of us holding the space as we get ready to pass it over to Gleb. Gleb, when you are ready, passing the talking stick to you and welcoming you into the circle to speak from your heart. Go right ahead, Gleb.
I invite everyone to open their hearts and imagine roots going down into the earth from their base of the spine. And I'd like to present to you right now some light language for grounding. Ayasaka, Ayasakaya, Sakaya, Saya, Eros, Eros, Akai, Akai, Yehus, Ayaro, Yaro, Yai, Yasakaya, Sayakaya, Saya, Sakai, Yasakai, Yarai, Ahai, Yasai, Ahai, Yahui, Iras, 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 Yawayai, Yahawai, Ew. Just letting go of anything that's not in your highest good at this time to the roots. Imagine it being flown into the earth, relaxing, letting the tree shoot a beam inside your heart, whichever color you see it as, just shooting it inside your heart, allowing it to be filled with warmth, compassion, and love. Allow it to be in the stillness of this meditation.
Thank you. Thank you, Gleb. Are you ready to pass the talking stick?
Yes, I pass it
Wonderful.
on.
Wonderful. And so with everybody here continuing to imagine themselves, and if you wish, maybe even getting up and bringing a little bit of movement to your body physically, or maybe just in your imagination, or maybe just kind of like sitting and moving where you are, feeling this full moon energy, feeling this festival vibes as we pass it to Mollie. And Mollie, when you are ready, taking the talking stick, go right ahead.
So now that we are very aware of our bodies and our minds in this moment, in this here and now, and we're grounded and we have connected with ourselves in our understanding as beings of nature, I want to also remind us that we are energy. We are sources of energy, and we feed off of the energy of others. And energy transmits in ways that we don't fully understand and accept. And this is a reminder to stay open to looking for the energy. If you're looking for a way to move your body, I encourage you to think of something and experiment. find something that feels like your body's version of turning a light switch on and off. This could be a straight up on off. This could be a dial. This could be a multi-setting light bulb, whatever feels like your body's way of powering on, of connecting to something to have an effect in the atmosphere. Imagine yourself as the light bulb, as the source of light. We started this meditation with imagining ourselves with a source of light coming from within us. We're traveling towards our center. And now it's time to recognize our power in turning that light on, because we are all continuously vessels of potential. But there are things in our lives, moments that create the darkness, that make us forget that we can be sources of light, make us turn off our light bulbs and step into the shadow. But now we're aware of our shadow. We're aware that this is something that is ever changing, just as we are. And so think about, this might be my on-off, just moving my arms up, down, up, down. And now I want you to imagine that you're looking out windows. We're all in different places. We all see different things outside of our windows. And I'd like to tell you what I'm looking at right now. I'm in New York City, and I'm looking at upwards of 20 buildings. And I like to think of each window as a soul, a person. Maybe it could even represent an animal. But if every window is a soul, and I can see that some lights are turned on through these windows, and I can also see that there are windows that don't have their lights turned on. Every light that is turned on lets me know that there's another soul out there. I feel company. I feel energy. I see energy, and I know that I'm not the only one who's creating light in my home and transmitting it out to the outside world through my window. So it comes down to recognizing your own power to turn your light on and to share it with others. And that is all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mollie. So just inviting everybody to continue to connect with the rhythm of their breath, their breathing, bringing us into this visualization. I invite you to connect with this tree that we are under, this tree that nurtures us, that reminds us, that is a part of us. And with all of these speakers tonight and this wisdom, let it continue to nurture those new parts of our heart that are igniting the light inside of us that is shining brighter and brighter each and every single day. For as we have said, it is within our darkest nights that we learn to shine our brightest light. So as Mollie has said, and so as much has been spoken, let us ignite, let us carry this energy with us, let us carry this inspiration, let us carry this consciousness, be a beacon, be a light guardian. Whatever name you choose, let it be a reflection of your strength, of your power, of your purpose, of your duty. So in this moment, I invite all of us to imagine us all standing and dancing around this tree in this beautiful energy as we get ready to be able to conclude this meditation. And we'll conclude it together with some gentle ohms as we all stand around the tree in a circle, and together let our ohms carry the collective intention of kindness and light and compassion for all beings. May this message reach the tree and be sent out in all directions. And then after that, we'll finish it off with a wolf howl, and we'll bring our awareness back to our body. And so it is. But for this moment, let's do 3 ohms together. putting your hands on your heart if you want, connecting with a deep message that you have for all beings, and let it be carried along your voice, your mantra, into the heart of the tree and out to all beings. So together, let's just take a nice gentle inhale, exhale. Nice soft exhale. And together now, inhale the sound Om. Again, feeling this energy reverberating out. Inhale. One more time. Inhale. And in this moment, before we finish off with a wolf howl, everybody here, go ahead and gently run up to the tree and give this tree a nice big hug, and hug this tree with so much kindness and with so much compassion, and speak to the tree in this moment. What message do you want to put into the tree that will be sent out to the heart of all beings? Go ahead and speak that message to the tree, knowing that it will be carried to the heart of all beings. What message of kindness and inspiration do you have? Speak it now. Awesome. And in this moment, the wisdom of the tree has a message for you. Listen. What message does the tree have for you in this moment? Listen now. Beautiful. Continuing to breathe here as we allow ourselves to just kind of relax and physically relax your body, and everyone here just kind of imagine all of us just kind of evolving into a bit of an ecstatic dance party as we all celebrate under this beautiful moonlight under the tree as the moonlight shines down upon us. And I invite each of us here to be able to finish it off with a bit of a wolf howl before we bring our awareness back to our physical body, but knowing that this space, that this story is one that you're welcome to return to in any moment, setting that intention to return here in dream time, in meditation, in practice, whatever it may be. But together here, as we look up to the moon, as we feel the transformation we have gone through tonight, and we celebrate it, and let our wolf howls be a sound of celebration and courage and love. Inhale together, do your wolf howls nice and loud, and if for those of you in the Zoom call, if you guys want to gently unmute your microphones, you can do that real quick, and let's all finish off with some nice big wolf howls. Let them hear it. 1, 2, 3. Keep it going, keep it going. Make sure that moon can hear you.
Oh yeah, extra. Woo!
Beautiful. One more for good luck. Awesome. Beautiful. And so from here, just taking one more moment, if you guys want to run in front of the tree, we'll do a quick group picture. So everybody jump in front of the tree, everybody standing there, big smiles on, and we'll do 1, 2, 3, light guardians unite. So everybody on 3, and maybe who's taking the picture here? Imagine it's just like a floating orb or something like that. That's fine. So on 3, 1, 2, 3. Light guardians unite. Yeah, smiles. Click, click. Beautiful. Awesome. And so gently from here, slowly bringing our awareness back to our physical body, but take your time, take another look around the circle, and honor every single person here. And before you bring your awareness back to the physical body, sorry, I skipped ahead. Take a moment here to just go up and say thanks to any of the people who we connected with tonight during our broadcast. Some of the speakers here, you can go up to them, you can say thank you to them, you can run up to them, give them a big hug, tell them how much their words meant to you. You can even see me amongst the crowd. You're welcome to come up and give me a hug, and I tell you how grateful I am for you to be here as well. And so all of us standing here looking up at this tree, feeling this love, feeling this story ignited within our hearts, something we will all carry with us beyond this moment. And with one more opportunity to be able to remember this space, remember this feeling, and with a gentle smile on your face and a calmness in your breath, slowly from here, we will gently begin to bring awareness back to your physical body. When you are ready, gently wiggle your toes, wiggle your fingers, and slowly open your eyes and return your awareness to the space around you. And you guys can like literally just like stretch right now if you need it, and just kind of be like, yeah. Awesome. Good job, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you, everyone, for going on that journey with us, on that practice, which was much bigger than any one of us alone, and something that is an honor to be able to do together as a tribe, as a pack, as a community, as a team. For those of you who are tuning in on YouTube, gently, if you would like to, please feel free to share some gratitude in the comments down below. And we'll take a few more moments here, just be able to wrap it up with any closing thoughts of gratitude. And then from there, we'll officially be done. This was like 5-hour broadcast. My goodness. Oh my, what is this, like the Lord of the Rings extended edition or something? It feels like it. Anyways, it was wonderful, and it was exactly what it needed to be. And again, this is a topic that is worthy of a 5-hour broadcast. So thank you, each and every single one of you. And please, by all means, go ahead, share your message in the chat. What was either the message that maybe came through from the wolves? If you want to share that, that's obviously quite personal. If there was a message that you shared with the tree, if there was a message that the tree shared with you, again, even just any general gratitude, please feel free to go ahead and share that. And I'll pass the talking stick around to anybody else here as we just get ready to close it off with some final gratitude and any final closing thoughts. And feel free to let us know how that was. And yeah, like straight up, I'm curious, like how, first of all, I'll just check with YouTube. If you released any sacred waters, if you cried a little bit during that meditation, please feel free to drop a 777 in the chat as I type a 777 in the chat. So again, you know, when you connect with your heart through there, like it's powerful. It's powerful. So for anybody else who would like to just be able to jump in, again, just be able to express gratitude and any closing thoughts or any reflections on how that meditation was for you, please feel free to do so. Who would like to be able to jump in, and I'll pass it over to you once you're ready. So we'll pass it over to, we got a few people. Okay, I'm going to pass it over to Zentia first, and then we'll do Gleb, and then we'll do Kristen. And if there's anybody else after that, go ahead and let us know. Zentia, when you are ready, passing it over to you. Go right ahead. And if you can just adjust your camera a little bit, just tilt it down a little bit. Yeah, perfect. Go right ahead, Zentia, when you're ready.
I just want to say thank you guys. This is one of the most amazing full moons I've had in a long time, and I've got a lot of new perspectives to take with me for my journey going forward. And I hope that I helped at least one person or anybody go forward on the journey. Again, practice your passions. It will help you move through your shadows and open your heart to all the love and light that you can possibly get out of yourself and anyone else. And don't shy away from those shadows, everybody. It may not be as dark as you think.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. Awesome. Thank you so much, Zentia. And again, a reminder for everybody here, please, if connect with all the creators here. So again, for everybody here, like I know you're probably anxious to connect with these creators. Check back tomorrow once I've gotten a chance to kind of add all the show notes. So if you're here, bookmark it, come back tomorrow, and then connect with everybody here, and you can find them on Instagram. Passing it over to Gleb. Gleb, pass it over to you, and thank you again for speaking and sharing within the circle tonight. Gleb, go ahead. Any closing thoughts and gratitude?
I would like to say that when we were doing the meditation, when it was my time to speak and share, I felt this electricity that released density inside my body, and it's just now starting to, you know, mellow out. I'm doing my part to help everyone else to release that tension.
Awesome. Thank you, Gleb, and thank you again for sharing. You did a wonderful job tonight. Awesome, beautiful. All right, just checking in. Is anybody else other than Kristen who wanted to share just even just closing thoughts of gratitude? Kaci? Okay, Kaci, I'm gonna pass it to you next, and then we'll pass it to Kristen, and then I'll just close it off after that. So Kaci, you're passing it over to you. Anything you'd like to add? Go right ahead. Oh, sorry, Kaci. Did I say?
Yeah.
Is it Kaci?
It's Kaci.
There we go. Yeah. Go right ahead, Kaci.
I'm very thankful that I was able to find this whole team, really. I'm just very, very thankful. I'm so used to, well, with whole COVID and everything, I used to have a group of people, felt like family, and that kind of just stopped happening. But yeah, finally find that community again. It's great.
Awesome. Thank you, Kaci, and again, just thank you for being a part of it. Beautiful to have you here and everyone here as well. Awesome. All right, Kristen, passing it over to you. Go right ahead, Kristen, and thank you again for helping facilitate.
Namaste, you beautiful, divine, infinite souls. I'm so grateful to share beautiful space with you all always, and sharing beautiful wisdom, and just encourage you to continue to seek the truth and find that wisdom from within. Everything you need is inside of you. And yeah, it's as far as sacred tears, Brendon, you're like the best every single time. I always cry. So, that wolf meditation is so beautiful. I love connecting with my light and dark wolves. So, and I would like to share my message that I shared with the tree, and that was with everybody to just know that you are not alone, and your shadows, for as deep as they go, will also bring your light as high as it can go as well. So namaste. I love you all so much.
Awesome. Thank you, Kristen. And Mollie had a note there that said, let your light know others are not, let your light lets others know they are not alone, is what it says. So beautiful. Awesome. And thank you again, Mollie. So wonderful. All right, team. So with that said, we are ready to conclude this triathlon of a broadcast. I don't even know what to call it. It was long, man. Like, this was like a 5-hour broadcast, but we did it. And I'm so honored to have been able to have walked this journey again with each and every single one of you. Literally, us doing this shifted consciousness. Like, consciousness expanded through us. There were things that the collective consciousness wanted to be able to talk about and share and heal and grow through and learn through. And that's what we did. That's what we literally did here together as a team tonight. So I just want to be able to thank each and every single one of you for being a part of that. And so with that said, just moving into any concluding notes for the broadcast. Again, if you're listening to this on Spotify, you can find the links for the creators that are featured here in the show notes on YouTube. And you can find the link for the YouTube in the Spotify info as well. So make sure you click that, jump over to YouTube, check the info there, and you can find them there. And you can also find them on our Discord channel. Again, our Discord channel, tinyurl.com/shift team chat. You can find the link in the YouTube info below. And again, if you really, really enjoyed this and you'd like to be able to connect further with the team, definitely check out the Patreon, where you can learn more about becoming a leading member and join on air for future team podcasts that we do every Thursday, as well as all sorts of other cool things to support you on your journey as a conscious media creator. But you're welcome to just join on Patreon just to be able to add your support. If you guys are thinking of signing up on Patreon, drop a 555 in the chat. Contributions process on the 1st of each month. So next contribution will be November at the time of this. And thank you again, Patreon supporters and leading members, and every single one of you. Your support is appreciated in all forms. And so with that said, we are ready to be able to conclude this broadcast. Stay tuned in for our next one, which is going to be, again, the spiritual wisdom of alchemy. So I'm looking forward to that one. That's going to be October 8th at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So stay tuned for the graphics, get ready for it, and maybe you'll join on air as a Patreon supporter between now and then. And hopefully we'll see you in the Discord chat nonetheless. So other than that, please feel free to send me a direct message on Instagram if you enjoyed this broadcast. I welcome you guys to be able to connect with me on all platforms, Mystic Spider-Man on TikTok, Instagram, and make sure you're subscribed here on YouTube. And I'm just making sure that we're not forgetting anything. And join us again for our team meditations Monday to Friday at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you're watching this live and you feel really eager, you can join in for a team meditation tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we're going back to the tree. It's a regular thing that we do on Fridays, but hey, we did it here tonight as a bonus. And yeah, with that said, we are ready to conclude this. So with all the leading members here on air, I just join you. I invite you to be able to join me as we make some noise and send some love to all the amazing shifters and light guardians who have joined us here tonight. So thank you, shifters and light guardians. Go ahead, make some noise. Carry this with you. Carry this shift with you. We love you guys. We love you
You are
guys.
all amazing people.
You are awesome.
We love you guys. See you in the team chat.
Oh, what?
Happy full moon. Beautiful. Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone. As always, keep it shifty, and we'll see you in the future. Special thank you to Danny Leonardo, whose music is featured at the beginning and end of this broadcast. Be sure to check out more of Danny's work in the YouTube info below. Thank you, Danny.